all in the same order. We should possibly staple them together so they don't get out of sequence. But you say the first one, which is...
it's the one that gives the largest view. That is the one that extends from Vonderkorp Stadium on the left-hand side through to inter alia, the NIM office towards the right-hand side.
Is this a Google document, and at the bottom it says imagery date 10/24/2011?
It's a Google.
So we call that YY2, YY2.1.
Point one.
All right. And then let's mark them all now while we're about it.
Mark them all, then I'll
The next one looks like the Shagan workshop.
It's got Shagan workshop and a close-up, a better view of the roads around the NIM office and satellite police station.
Is that YY 2.2?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. And the third one we put in is a close-up. We've put it in for completion of the immediate vicinity of the NIM office and satellite police station. Of course... There's a little bit of confusion documents we've been given, so we're busy trying to sort them out here on the bench. And when we're finished, you can proceed, because we'd like to listen to you. But am I right in saying that the one with Vonderkorp Stadium on the left is YY 2.1, the one with the Shagan workshop is YY 2.2, is that right? That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Then we've got what looks like, it's the same thing. It looks like a black and white copy of YY 2.2. Perhaps the printer ran out of colored ink or something. In fact, we've got a number of them.
Mr. Chair, what may have happened is that because they were emailed to the evidence leaders, they may have run off copies in black and white.
Right. Well,
the ones that we've handed in are in full color.
What the acting chief evidence leader has suggested is that we hand them all back to her and she will sort them out for us. It's not a task that chief evidence leaders normally perform, but she's prepared to do it.
Needless to say, we offer our assistance.
All right. So you take them back for the moment while they're being put into proper order, and she can mark them for us. And possibly during the tea adjournment, attempts can be made to ensure that everybody has got the same exhibit numbering on each photograph, so we won't have confusion. So shall we carry on with the witness in the meanwhile?
There's one other matter, Mr. Chair. The Commission raised in the course of last week the fact of the pointing out at the NIM office, which was conducted on 2nd of October, and I undertook, 2nd of October last year, yes. I undertook to see to it that a transcript would be prepared. That we have done. May we mark that YY3?
Well, let's ask Ms. Pillay for permission. Inspection at NIM office on 2/10/12. Okay, and that's YY3.
That is YY3, and it has been done by a professional transcriber service, but that doesn't mean, of course, that if parties disagree with any aspect of it, they shouldn't raise it, and we can then attend to that. I should also just point out, Mr. Chair, that the transcribers, the very first portion, which consists of 2 pages, that was the portion relating to the stage when somebody pointed out that a body had been put to death by assegai stabs in the vicinity of the bus stop. Of course, that comes after, you'll recall, the pointing out at the NIM office itself. So the pages are out of sequence, but otherwise it all follows.
Section beginning NIM office area. Page 1, NIM office area. That's where we start. The one that you're referring, the other one's got the same
no.
meaning as well.
It's-
But the first part refers to the Keystone Gentleman. That's the one that relates to the place of the stabbings. The one that relates to the NUM officers and so on is the one that begins video clip VTS 021 time 70.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
705-1412.
And it records you saying, is everybody ready?
Yes.
So in other words, that's the part that is chronologically before.
So now that we've sorted that out, can we now have some evidence?
Let me,
I better remind you again, you're still under oath, Mr. Tip.
yes, let me just add to that, Mr. Chair. In the course of last week, you did express some interest in perhaps watching the videos of the pointing out. We have set that up. We'll only play that at a stage that it would really be something that the Commission would wish to see. Otherwise, we can proceed.
Uthi umhlekazi uTip ngaphandle kwamaphepha esinikezwe wona ngoku kukhona imfanekiso ekhoyo bayilungisa ezawuboniswa xa kunesidingo sokuthi kwenziwe oko.
Mr. Seteleli, we had reached the point at the conclusion of the proceedings at the end of Friday afternoon of completing what you have said in paragraph 8 of your statement. We're moving on to paragraph 9.
Siza ngoku ku paragraph yethoba.
Again, Mr. Chair, it may be swifter if on aspects like this I simply read the paragraph onto record. If there are any complaints.
I'm sure if it's not contentious, then we can
It's
just
not
do it.
contentious. What you say there is the following, Mr. Seteleli. At approximately 1300 hours, together with Mr. Bongo, I met with Mr. Dietrich. By that time, we knew that the RDOs had marched to the main offices of Lonmin and that they were indeed on strike.
Uyibeka ngolohlobo kokuba kuthe ngo-1 yena nomhlekazi uBhongo bathetha nomhlekazi uDietrich kuthi ke ngelo xesha bese banolwazi ukuba i-RDOs ziye zamatsha zisiya e-ofisini lakwa-Lonmin zise-striking.
I informed Mr. Dietrich that the unprotected strike and the march to Lonmin had not in any way been organized or endorsed by NUM.
Wamxelela kuDietrich kokuba le match eyenziwe ngaba bantu engekho emthethweni ayixhasanga yiNUM.
I also requested permission to convene a mass meeting for workers at 2 p.m. that day at C2 Hostel, Vonderkop, so that we could inform the workers of NUM's position and encourage them not to participate in the unprotected industrial action. Mr. Dietrich granted us permission to convene the meeting.
Wathetha ke nomhlekazi uDietrich secela okokuba ngo-2 ngaleyo mini kubanjwe intlanganiso ingqungquthela phaya ehostela ku-C Hostel 2 eVonderkop apho bazokwazi ukuba bachazele amalungu emini okokuba bona kabasixhasa esisichaza nokuthi abantu babuyele asichaswa inantsika wavuma umhlekazi uDietrich ukuba ingabanjwa loo ntlanganiso.
Shortly thereafter, I received a message from Mr. Dietrich that the meeting should not take place because he had concerns about the possibility of violence.
Kwathemva exeshana njengoba koko ndafumana umnxeba oqhamuka kumhlekazi uDietrich endixela ukuba kuyawuba bhetire ingabanjwa le meeting ngoba eyoyiko kokokuba kuzawubakho udushe apho.
However, by that time, NUM members had already been informed that a meeting was to take place, and several of them had started gathering in that area. The meeting eventually started at around 4 p.m. with about 500 in attendance.
Into eyenzeka ukuba ngelixesha kufika lo mnxeba abantu beNUM bese bevile okokuba kuyawukhona ntlanganiso base baqalile ukubuthana phaya ngase kule ndawo kuye kwathi ke ngo-4 kwaba yabakhona intlanganiso apho bekhona abantu bangaba ngamawaka amahlanu.
Paragraph 11, I informed them that the meeting had to be cancelled. I did, however, inform the members that the strike by the RDOs was unprotected, that it was not endorsed by NUM, and that they should therefore continue to report for duty.
Ndabaxelela ke abasebenzi phaya okokuba le meeting izawumiswa lena. Ndabaxelela nokuthi ke le meeting lena ye-RDOs ayikho phantsi komthetho ayikhuselekanga. Ngaleso sizathu ndathi kubo iNUM kayixhasi. Ndabacela abasebenzi okokuba baphindele emsebenzini.
I advised them also that should anyone encounter any difficulties in connection with the strike and reporting for duty, the NUM office should be notified and that assistance would be provided.
Ndathi kubo xa kukho owena ozawuba nobunzima ukuya emsebenzini mhlawumbe izindlela zokuya emsebenzini ngalesi strike mabasiripotele ofisini ioffice lenum liza kwenza inzame zokokuba aba bantu bajongele ukuba kungenzeka ntoni.
The NUM office was to remain open throughout that night, and I had arranged with the NUM shop stewards to be present in the office to assist employees as necessary.
Lalivuleke ubusuku bonke ioffice lenum ndandithethile ke nama-shop steward okokuba abekho xa kudingeka okokuba babe luncedo bazokwazi ukuthi babe apho ngokushesha.
Let me just pause to say this, Mr. Seteleli, you've already confirmed under oath the correctness of this entire statement.
Andithi kunjalo mhlekazi.
You're correct.
Uye wasixelela ukuba esi statement wasibhalisa siyinyaniso epheleleyo inyaniso yonke.
And I'm not going to ask you at the end of every paragraph whether you confirm that that is correct.
Ngako ke andinakubuza xa ndigqiba yonke iparagraph njengoba usutshilo okokuba inyaniso lo ithethayo.
But if you should detect that some inaccuracies have crept in, then you'll let us know.
Xa kukho into mhlawumbe ethi apho ukuba impazamo usixelele.
All right.
Uzokwenje njalo.
Good. Then paragraph 12, after the meeting I returned to the office. At approximately 8 p.m, a NUM member came to the office and informed me that 2 employees had been assaulted by an unknown group of people whilst on their way to work that evening. That's a typing error. It should be way to work, not work to work.
Uthi ke apha emva kwe-meeting lena waphindele ofisini umhlekazi. Kuthe ngexesha lika-8 imember yenum yeze ofisini yabaxela ukuba kukho abasebenzi ababini abaye bahlaselwa bonzakaliswa ngabantu abangaziwayo besiya empangelweni ngalo mini.
I referred this member to Mr. Bongo with a request that the 2 employees be taken to the Andrew Sefi Hospital for treatment.
Ndaxelela umhlekazi uBongo kokokuba ke makuncedwe aba basebenzi ababini bathathwe bamikiswe esibhedlela sase-Andrew Sefi.
Paragraph 13, apart from the occasion set out above, I was at the NUM office throughout the day of 10 August 2012.
Ngaphandle kwezi zinto endizichaza apha ngaphezulu ndandiphaya eofisini yenum imini yonke ngomhla ka-10 ku-August.
Even when I was absent, other NUM members were present there.
Nangamaxesha ndingekho ke kwakukho amalungu enum abephaya eofisini.
They would have reported to me if anything of significance had occurred whilst I was not there.
Bebaza kundixelela ke xa kukho into eye yenzeka apho engeyona into esesiqhelweni.
At no stage on that day was there any incident involving a group of strikers who were marching to or past the office.
Ngaloo mini akukho sehlakalo esenzeka phaya esiphathelene nabaqhankqalazi babegqitha eofisini.
No shots were fired.
Akukho mbumbulu ezadutshulwa apho.
No strikers were injured there.
Akukho msebenzi striker esenzakala apho.
No strikers were killed there.
Akukho mntu owasweleka apho.
I may add that the NUM office is not along the route between the Vonderkorp Stadium and the Lonman offices.
Mandiyitsho ke nokokuba ioffice lenum alikho kwindlela le egqitha apho xa usuka eVonderkorp Stadium usuye eofisini zenum.
Paragraph 14, during the course of that evening, a number of NUM members and other employees arrived at the office with reports of intimidation and that the bus service had been stopped, with the result that employees were unable to travel to work.
Kuthe ke ngalo mini ngorhatya kweza amalungu enum aliqelanyana eofisini azoripota okokuba kukho izenzo zogrogriso nokuthi iibhasi zinqatyelwe okokuba zihambe zimisiwe ngako ke abanye babo baba nobunzima bokuya emsebenzini.
We responded to this by using the NUM vehicle, a Toyota Quantum, to transport to work throughout the mine and at various times throughout the night of 10-11 August.
Siye sathi ngokwenjenjalo ke sakhupha imoto eyenum eyi-Toyota Quantum kokuba incedise aba bantu bafuna ukuya emsebenzini ngaloo mini nabo bonke ubusuku bomhla ka-10 kude kube 11 zika-August.
Just to clarify that, You were transporting employees to work, those who wished to report for duty but were having difficulty, is that correct?
Correct.
uthi inyaniso okokuba aba bantu bebabahambisa ngale quantum ngabo bebazimisele ukuya empangelweni.
Then you go on to say, I should explain that this vehicle was not owned by NIM, but had been made available to us by Lonmin. The arrangement was that I was the person in NIM who was responsible for it and who had to see to it that it was properly cared for and used only for bona fide NIM business.
Mandiyichazeke le nto okokuba limoto endithetha ngayo linqwela akuyona yenum isayinikezwa ngulonmin kodwa ke umuntu beyijongile ndim kwakufanele ndijonge ukuba isetshenziswa kwizinto ezifanele kuphela kumsebenzi wenum.
Correct.
Paragraph 15. I accompanied the vehicle on several of these trips. From time to time I saw groups of people who were clearly not on their way to work, although I did not witness any incidents of intimidation.
Mandichaza okokuba ndandilandela ndikhaphe le khumbi xa iphuma ndabona abantu abaninzi bezihambela phaya kungebona abantu abesiya empangelweni kodwa ke mandisho ukuba andizange ndibone kwenzeka izixholo-xholo noma mhlawumbe ugrogriso lwabantu.
On one occasion, however, we drove past a group of people who were gathered at the intersection near the Vonderkorp Stadium. They shouted at us in a threatening tone that we would be killed for transporting people to work whilst they were on strike.
Kutheke ngexesha elilodwa ndabona abantu igroup yayime phaya ngase-Vonderkorp Stadium aba bantu basikhwaza bashawuta besithi sizawubulawa ngokuthi sithathe abantu sibamse emsebenzini bona besestrayikini.
That's correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
Paragraph 16. I had also, in the early hours of 11 August 2012, used a loudhailer whilst driving around to inform people that the strike was not endorsed by the NIM and that they should report for duty. I also arranged for other NIM members and shop stewards to do the same on foot in the hostel complex.
Kuthe nge-11 zika-August 2012 ndasebenzisa i-loudhailer ispeaker esindihamba ngemoto phaya ndixelela abantu okokuba esi strike sikhoyo ke asixhaswanga yi-National Union of Mine Workers abantu mabaye emsebenzini ndacela nezinye i-shop steward okokuba zenze loo nto zihamba ngezinyawo zona phakathi ehostel.
You're correct.
Ewe inyaniso leyo.
Paragraph 17. I was at the NIM office at approximately 8:30 that morning, which would be 11 August, when two Lonmin security officers arrived at the office and told me that a group of strikers had started marching from the veld near the Vonderkorp Stadium and that they were headed in the direction of the NIM office, carrying an assortment of weapons such as knobkerries and spears, etc.
Uthe ngaloo mini ke ngexesha lika8:30 kusasa kweza i-security officer ezimbini zakwa-Lonmin phaya e-ofisini zethu sasicela ukuba kukho izihlwele eziza ngapha kwi-ofisi yethu zisuke eVonderkorp Stadium ziza apha kuthiwa ziza e-ofisini lenum phethe izixhobo zohlukile intonga nemikhonto.
These officers said also that their information was that the marchers intended to burn down the NIM office and the vehicle that we were using to transport employees to work.
Basixelela ke apha be-security okokuba injongo yaba bantu kuza kutshisa ii-ofisi zenum nokuthi batshise nale moto le sisebenzisa okokuba sithathe aba bantu sibayise ngayo empangelweni.
Correct.
Kunjalo.
Paragraph 18. I decided that the vehicle should immediately be moved to the Andrew Safi Hospital, which I hoped would be a safe place for it. I then left with Jeff, the NIM driver, to do so.
Ndenza ke isigqibo sokokuba mayisuswe le nqwela apha iyopakwa phaya esibhedlela sase-Andrew Safety apho izokhuseleka khona. Ndasuka apho ndihamba noJeff udriver senza loo nto.
Correct. Because I was uncertain of where the marchers were at that time, I thought it best not to drive along the road leading directly to the hospital because the marchers would have seen it if they were already on the road going alongside the hostel.
Ndenza ke isigqibo sokuba singahambi ngendlela leqhelekileyo ngokungazi ukuthi aba baqhankqalazi sebephine ndawo Ndacinga uba xa besebendleleni besiza ngapha baza kuyibona le moto.
Mr. Chair, those are, of course, cumbersome descriptions of the roads, and perhaps just for cross-reference purposes, YY 2.1, Street B is the road leading to the hospital. Street A is the one leading down from Vonderkorp Stadium to the T-junction.
The hospital in Street A is?
Street A is the one leading from Vonderkorp Stadium on the left through to the T-junction with Street B.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Bonisa apha kulo mfanekiso indlela u-A Street A xa uza ngayo uza ngapha ku-Street B ile eza esibhedlele.
And whilst you have those maps in front of you,
Andithi uyiphethe le map apha kuwe?
Yes.
Ewe.
and is it correct that the T-junction of streets A and B is the point that you feared that the marchers might spot your quantum vehicle being driven?
Kukho i-T-junction esuka phaya eza apha esibhedlela wacinga okokuba xa abaqhankqalazi besiza ngaloo ndlela kuzawuthi phaa kwi-T-junction bayibone le nqwelo.
Correct.
Ewe.
Then you go on with paragraph 18 to say, they would then have realized, that is if they'd seen it, that we were taking it to the hospital. We therefore drove away from the NIM office in the direction of Vonderkorp Township and used quite a long detour in order to come out at the back of the hospital.
Kuthe ngokwenze njalo ke sabe sesithatha indlela ende ejika phaya ngase-township eVonderkorp ukude ke bangayiboni le nto noma yayijikeleza ke loo ndlela xa ekuyeni kwethu phaya esibhedlele.
Correct.
Ewe kunjani.
Just to illustrate that in relation to the same aerial, or not aerial photograph, but the map, you would then have traveled along Street B, roughly speaking, in a northerly direction, or northwest. You'll see in the right-hand top, there is a N sign for north that Google provides on all its photographs. Would that be right?
Correct.
Kunjalo ke bebazawusuka apho kule nge-Street B bashone phaya ngasemntla ukude bayofika kulaa ndawo bekuyindlela leyo apho bengeke badibane nabo aba baqhankqalazi.
And to continue with your statement, as already indicated, I was responsible for this vehicle and therefore decided that I should go with it to ensure that it reached a safe destination.
Ngokuthi ke le moto yayinikwe mna okokuba kube ndime ndiyijongayo ndenza isigqibo sokuba mandihambe nayo ndiyilandele ukuze ndibone okokuba ikhuselekile apho iswa khona.
Correct.
Ewe.
Paragraph 19, there were at the time a number of weapons such as knob-carry sticks and spears at the NIM office. That was not usually the case. Ordinarily, there would be none.
Uthi ke ngelo xesha kwakukho izixhobo phaya intonga nemikhonto nezinye izinto ezaziphaya eNUM office kuyinto beyingesona isichelo lena.
Correct.
Some of the weapons that were there that morning had been taken away from strikers in the course of the night before. Others had been brought in by members who had gone home to fetch them in response to their experience of threats and intimidatory conduct by strikers when these members were assisting employees to get to work during the night.
Ngesichelo ke akubi khona zixhobo phaya kodwa ke ezi zaziswa ngabanye ababezithethe kwabanye ebusuku ezinye ke zalethwa zimember ezazibuya ekhaya ngesehlakalo sohoriso bese kade siqalile ukwenzeka.
Correct.
I heard afterwards that the late Mr. Bongo had distributed these weapons amongst those who decided to defend the NIM office against the approaching strikers.
Ezinye zezixhobo zabezinikezwe ngumhlekazi uBongo ukuba ke bazisebenzise xa kukho isidingo sokuba bakhusele iofisi yeNUM kwabo bantu abezayo.
Correct.
Kunjalo.
Paragraph 20, by the time we had parked the vehicle at the hospital and walked back to the NIM office, the incident there had already taken place.
Sithe xa sigqiba ukupaka imoto phaya esibhedlele sibuyela emva safumana ukuba esi senzo sesenzakele.
Correct. We met up with a group of NIM strikers who were marching down from the direction of the Vonderkorp Stadium towards the NUM office.
Sadibana sahlangana nababa igroup yenum imember ezazisuka eVonderkorp Stadium zisiza ngase officeini lenum.
They
Correct.
were singing. I received a short report on what had happened. It was clear that these members were very relieved that they had been able to disperse the attacking strikers.
Abake bembutho wenum babecula phaya kubethwa amagwijo kubonakala okokuba bavukile ngokuthi bakwazile ukunqanda aba bantu bebeza apha eofisini zenum.
Correct.
What were they singing?
Bebacula besithini salikhumbula igwijo babelibetha.
I don't remember correctly, but it was a union song.
Andisalikhumbuli kakuhle ligwijo kodwa ke le mbutho le union. Enkosi.
Was it a song that expressed anything of a threatening nature in relation to any other party?
Ligwijo eligrogisayo elixelela okokuba kuyakwenziwa ntoni kwabanye abantu.
It was just a song that that I can say was not insulting anyone or that can hurt anyone actually emotional or whatever. It was just an ordinary NUM song.
Uthi kwakuligwijo liqhelekileyo le NUM kungelona igwijo eligrogisayo kanene elivisa omnye umuntu ubuhlungu noma elithetha kakubi ngabanye.
Thank you. Then paragraph 21, at the office I was further briefed on the confrontation. In the course of this I was told that some shots had been fired by NUM members and that a couple of the attacking strikers may have been injured as a result. I was also told that none of the strikers had been killed by these shots. I later established that 2 strikers had indeed been injured and that they had gone to Andrew Safi Hospital for attention.
Ndithe xa ndifike eofisini ke ndafumana ireport yokokuba kuye kwabakho ukudibana kwababantu. Ndaze ndaxelela okokuba kuye kwadubulwa kabini kudubula imembers zenum kwaba bantu bebahlasela office. Basho okokuba kungenzeka okokuba ababini baba bantu benzakele ndaxelwa kodwa okokuba kukho umuntu osulekileyo. Kuthi emva kwexesha ndeva okokuba istrikers ezimbini ezizonzakele apho ziye zathathwa zamikiswa esibhedlele sase-Andrew Safi.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Now, in addition to those reports that you received, Mr. Setleli, from your own observations at the time that you were proceeding back to the NUM office, anywhere in the vicinity, did you see any people who had been killed, bodies that were lying there?
Ngaphandle kwereport lo wayifumana ke wena ngokwakho xa ubuya usiza phaya akukho abantu ababonile imizimba elele apha abantu abenzakele noma abaswelekileyo.
No.
Andibonanga.
Then paragraph 22, shortly after our discussions at the office, Mr. Bongo and I again went to meet Mr. Dietrich in order to request permission to convene another meeting that afternoon.
Emva kokuba sibe nengxoxo phaya eofisini mna nomhlekazi uBongo siye saphinda sadibana noDietrich sizama okokuba asinike imvume yokokuba kube khona intlanganiso ngalo mini.
Correct.
Ewe.
As we were returning at about 2 p.m., I saw a group of singing NUM members coming down the road from the entrance to the Vonderkorp hostel.
Ndithe xa ndibuya ke ngexesha lika-2 ndabona idlanzana labantu benum amamember besivela besiza bangena ngapha ngase-Vonderkorp hostel.
Again, let me just...
Chairperson, I think there is a need for me to correct one thing here.
Mandilungise into eyodwa apha.
That maybe is the language that is the people who were coming through the gate, in other words, walking towards the stadium.
Aba bantu babengena egeyitini beqonde ngase-stadium.
Oh, in other words, you're correcting the point. It was at the gate, not along the road leading from the stadium.
Yeah,
right?
along the road to the stadium.
Babesendleleni beqonde e-stadium, not the hostel.
Oh,
And
yes.
not the hostel.
I beg your pardon, I'm being slow. It's the stadium, not the hostel.
Babeqonde stadium kungasi ihostel.
In other words, they were returning from the vicinity of the stadium towards the direction of the T-junction and NIM office.
Babevela ngase
That's right.
stadium besiza apha kule T junction ozawuthi xa ugqitha kuyo uye office zenum.
No, they were from the hostel towards the gate of, on the road to the stadium. If you can look at this exhibit YY21.
Yes, the point, that would be the best way. Just point out the spot that you're referring to.
Usikhombise apho ku YY2.
You're looking at YY2.1.
Yeah, I just want to check this.
YY2.1 ewe.
I just want to find the direction to the stadium on this map. Where is it? Okay. They were on the street A
Babehamba ku street A
towards Vonnerkop Stadium, right at the gate.
basiya eVonderkop Stadium phaya ngasegatini.
Then it's where I met them before they come out of the gate towards the stadium.
Babone apho phambi kokuba bafike apha bagqibe apha egatini elingena estadium.
Perhaps you can just describe to us where the gate that you're talking about is.
Igate luthetha ngayo ungasibonisa apha kwimap okuba ephi.
Vanderkop Stadium.
You see where is Vonnerkop Stadium. On this exhibit YY2, there is a writing there that says Vonnerkop Stadium.
Yes.
And IO is a white line towards street A, and that is where the gate is.
Komba kokokuba xa uza ngesi strati athethe ngaso xa ufika phaya ku IU kula kukhona igate phambi kokuba ufike phaya estadium.
Would I be correct in saying this, that the gate is really at the point where the stadium buildings come to an end before you then move further along towards Vonderkop Stadium?
Le gate iphaya apho kuphela khona i-buildings zase stadium.
Correct?
Ewe.
Thank you for that correction, Mr. Sitaleli.
Enkosi.
Then to continue with your statement, you say that I met up with them, that is these NUM members, and was told that they had marched to the stadium to see whether there were any indications that the strikers were preparing another attack. They had not seen any indications of that kind.
Uye wathetha ke naba as members zenum zathi ziya phaya estadium ukuyojonga okokuba kukhona enye into ehlelwa ngaba baqhankqalazi bafumanise okokuba akukho zimpawu zokuthi ikhwinto ezokwenzeka.
Correct.
Ewe.
Paragraph 23, later that afternoon, I addressed a meeting of about 1,000 workers in the veld near the Vonderkop Stadium.
Kuthe ngaloo mini emva kwedina ndathetha ke ndinengxoxo nabasebenzi abangabaliwaka phaya ngaseVonderkop Stadium kwindawo evulekileyo.
Correct.
Kunjalo.
I again outlined NUM's position that it opposed the strike, which was unprotected, and that workers should report for duty. I further emphasized that a wage agreement was already in place and that any wage demands had to be addressed through the proper channels.
Abachazela kokokuba inum ayisixhasi nyani esi strike ngoba kasikho emthethweni. Ndathi ke enye into abasebenzi kufanele baphinde baye emsebenzini xa kukho intethe kufanele zibe khona kufanele zibe khona ngaphansi kwezivumelwano ezibekiwe ngoba sikhona isivumelwano esikhoyo ngelo xesha.
Correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
I stressed that employees who took part in illegal strike action may jeopardize their employment and urged them to think of their families and dependents before joining any such action. After this meeting, we returned to the NUM office, which I left at around 5:30 p.m. and went home.
Ndathetha ke nabasebenzi ngelo xesha ndibaxela ukuba ebafundini esi strike asikho emthethweni manicinge ukuba kungahle kwenzeke ntoni ngemsebenzi yenu ndathi kubo cingani ke ngefamily nezalamani zenu ekhaya phambi kokuba nijoyine esi strike esingekho emthethweni. Kuthi emva koko ngexesha lika 17-15 ndabe sendiye ekhaya.
Correct.
Paragraph 24, on the morning of 12 August 2012, that being the next day, I received a call informing me that the NUM office had been set alight. I cannot now recall who called me.
Uthe ke ngemini elandelayo nge-12 zika-August kusasa ndafumana umnxeba othi tshisiwe iofisi zeNUM. Andisakhumbula ukuba ngubani lo wantsayela umnxeba.
I immediately contacted Mr. Dietrich, who told me that it was not the NUM office that had been set alight, but a Lonman security vehicle. He told
Ndafonela ke umhlekazi uDidrix ndimxelela ngale nto endiyivileyo wathi kum hayi akunjalo. Akuzo office zeNUM ezitshisiweyo kodwa inqwelo ye-security yakwa-Lonman.
Correct.
He told me also that this had happened next to the bus terminus at Vonderkorp Hostel and that 2 Lonman security officers had been killed there.
Wandixela ukuba le nto yenzeke phi, wathi yenzeke phaya ngafuphi ne-terminus yebhasi eVonderkorp Hostel. Wandixela ukuba kusweleke ne-security officer zakwa-Lonman ezimbini.
Correct.
He said that this had been done by a march of strikers and that they had been on their way to the NUM office. I could hear that he was very upset about this event.
Wandixela okokuba le nto ke esi sehlakalo senziwe ngaba baqhankqalazi ebekade besiya eofisini zeNUM. Ndeva xa ethetha okokuba imphethe kabuhlungu le nto.
Correct. Paragraph 25. A little later, there were some discussions about what the WPL branch should do.
Uthe ke emva kwexeshanyana kwase kuthethwa okokuba isebe le-WP Western Bloods lizokwenza ntoni.
It was decided that given these 2 attacks on the NUM office and the overall volatility of the situation at Marikana, the branch committee members should, for their own safety, be accommodated off the mine premises.
Kwenziwa ke isigqibo sokokuba ngokuba olugoriso luyakhula makuthi ke kususwe i-office zesebe phaya zikhutshelwe ngaphandle kwemayini.
Paragraph 26. I'm informed that on 14 August 2012, a meeting of members was arranged by the Eastern Platinum NUM branch, which was well attended. I understand that members of the regional leadership were also present and that NUM's position concerning the strike was once more conveyed. And paragraph 27, I understand further that the meeting also condemned the acts of violence that had taken place at that stage, as well as ongoing acts of intimidation.
Ndiye ndeva kokokuba nge-14 zika-August 2012 kwaye kwabakho i-meeting eyahlelwa phaya i-Eastern Platinum isebe i-NUM isebe le-NUM phaya. Ndiva okokuba ne-members e-regional leadership zazikhona apho kwathethwa kabanzi ke ngale nto yahlatywa ke nento yokuba esi strike esikhona asikho emthethweni asikhuselekile.
Correct.
Injalo loo nto.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the evidence in chief of Mr. Setelele.
Mr. Semenya, I take it you don't want to cross-examine at this stage, do you?
If there is anybody going first, that's all right with me, Chair.
Mr. Berger?
Mhlekazi uSiminya uthi xa
We're very much in the
khona
same position, Chair.
buza phambi kwakhe yabulela.
Ms. Barnes, you're here for AMCU.
Yes, I do have some questions,
Yes.
Chair.
All right.
I had thought that it might be prudent for Mr. Mpofo's team to cross-examine first, having regard to the statement of Mr. Boy.
Yes.
And then I would have some questions after that.
Are you going to cross-examine?
Uzawubuza uMiss Barnes emva kokuba kubuze
Do you wish to cross-examine? Do you wish to cross-examine first?
No, in fact, I would have preferred to be last.
Uthi ke umhlekazi lo mele uMpofu phaya uyawuthanda
Well, then,
okokuba
Ms.
yena
Barnes, I
izigqibele.
think if you're this reluctant debutant who wants to come last, I'm not going to necessarily let him go last, but I think you better start.
Who, me, Chairperson?
Ndicela ukuba mawuqale mfondini. Buza imibuzo.
Mr. Setelele, you testified that you attempted to persuade your members not to participate in the unprotected strike. Is that correct?
Uthi nenza zonke inzame okokuba nibanqande amalungu enu okokuba angenele esi strike. Ewe unyanisile.
But nevertheless, NUM members did participate in the unprotected strike. Is that correct?
noko kunjalo ke asingenela esi strike amalungu enum.
Correct.
Ewe.
And in fact, the majority of the people that participated in the unprotected strike were NUM members. Is that correct?
Manditsho kokuba ubuninzi baba bantu babeqhankqalaza phaya kwakungamalungu enum.
Partly correct.
Ngathi ndizawuthi nje ewe kungenzeka okokuba unyanisekile loo nto.
Would you like to explain what you mean by partly correct?
Le ntetho ithethayo kayichaze kabanzi ukuba uchaza ntoni?
I thought that you will say some of them,
Bendicinga okokuba uzawuthi abanye babo bantu.
and maybe you will look into the fact that how did they come, how did they went to the mountain, or how did they went for strike.
Ndicinga kokuba uzawucinga okokuba ukude baze babe phaya kwakwenzeke ntoni baya kanjani phaya estriking.
I think that the issue of intimidation also shall be part of your comment.
Bendicinga okokuba uza kuyiveza nele yokuba kwakho ugrogriso apho.
Well, evidence has been led, sir, that approximately 55% of the group were NUM members and 35% were AMCU members. You can't dispute that, can you?
Kukho ubungqina apha ukuthi 55% kwakungamalungu enum, 35 kungamalungu eAMCU. Awunakuyikhanyela loo nto.
It may be possible, it may be possible because if a person was not on work on that days, that doesn't mean he's on strike. He may be or she may be at home because of threats that he came across.
Kungenzeka okokuba kunjalo ke kodwa mandichaze okokuba ukungabikho komuntu empangelweni ngaleyo mini akuchaza okokuba waye phaya estrikini, ngenzeka ukuba wayesekhaya oyika ugrogriso.
Hans, may I intervene and ask a couple of questions just to set the scene a bit? I don't think it'll interfere with the cross-examination you're going to be busy with. In your statement, you tell us about the discussion you had with Mr. Dietrich on the 12th of August, that's the Sunday, paragraph 24.
Apha kwi-statement sakho usixela ngentlanganiso wabanayo nomhlekazi uDietrich.
And in paragraph 25, you say, a little later, I take it that's the same day, Sunday the 12th, there were some discussions about what the WPL branch should do, that's the Western Platinum London branch, I think, should do. It was decided that given these two attacks on the NUM office, the overall volatility of the situation, branch committee members should, for their own safety, be accommodated off the mine premises. Now, and then you tell us about a meeting on the 14th, which is a Tuesday, but I take it you weren't there. Is that correct?
Mandithi ke kule yange le meeting ekuthethwa ngayo phaya ukuthi kwenziwa isigqibo sokuba mabasuse ababenum apho emayini babekwe ngaphandle kwemayini. Usuthi ke ngomhla ka-14 kwabakho i-meeting ye-member phaya Eastern Platinum, thatha ukuba ubungekho kuleyo meeting.
I was not there at the Eastern Platinum meeting.
Right.
Ewe ndandingekho.
You talk about arrangements being made for branch committee members being accommodated off the mine premises, and you say that happened on the 12th. Do I understand that you weren't at the mine, on the mine premises from the 12th onwards? Were you one of the members who was accommodated for his own safety off the mine premises?
Usithi apha kwenziwa isigqibo ngomhla ka-12 ku-August okokuba i-members e-branch phaya zesebe lenum mazisuke phaya emayini ziyohlala ngaphandle. Ndithatha okokuba njengawe ke ulilungu phaya nawe wawungomnye waba bantu babephumile emayini ngelo xesha.
Yeah, I think, Chairperson, I need to explain
Mandichaze kanje mhlekazi Chairperson.
the decision to take the members of the branch committee out of the mine premises and the nearby villages has took place, of course, on the 12th of
What I wanted to know
October.
was whether you were one of those people
Into
who
endiyibuzayo
was
okokuba
away from the mine premises from sometime on the Sunday the 12th.
mandithi ke nje ayiva loo nto. Ndithi ke wena njengomnye wamalunga yale branch wawungomnye walaba bantu babesukile apho kusuka ngomhla ka-12.
correct.
And when did you come back to the mine premises?
Ndiye waphindela nini ke phaya endaweni yeMayi?
Maybe I need to explain further so that, Chairperson, it must be clear for you.
No.
Ndichaze kakuhle,
I
Chairperson.
try to keep it short. When did you come back? Did you come back on the 15th or the 16th or the 17th? When did you come back?
Maphendla nje umbuzo uphinde waphindela nini nge-15, 16, 17 noma nini?
Actually, in the mine premises, I've been in the mine premises since the strike started, and until today, I used to be at the mine premises.
Bendiba phaya emayini zonke insuku kude kube namhlanje niloko ndikhona apha.
What happened that I wanted to explain to Chairperson was that on Sunday, the 12th, after hearing that there is a problem as Western Platte, most of the members of the NOM officers were already fled away from the premises of the company. And
Basebebalekile ubuninzi babo ngaloo mini.
and I heard that they are on the field somewhere.
Ndeva kokuba baphaya esigangeni kwenye indawo.
Then I fetch the very same kumbi and go and collect them in the bush.
Ndaya phaya ndathatha ikhumbi ndaya ndabalanda phaya ehlathini apho bebekhona.
I left them, put them on a safe place in the bush.
Ndabathatha ndababeka kwenye indawo khona phaya ehlathini eyayikhuselekile.
Then I went directly to the medal kraal where the president was already there, the president of NOM.
Ndabe sendisiya eMiddlekraal apho ndafumana ipresident ye-NOM isikho.
Later, then I went there at the bush again and take the people to a safe place where they were booked for a new resident.
Themba kwexesha ndaya phaya ehlathini apho ndishiya khona la madoda ndawathatha ndawamikisa kwindawo apho safike sawabhukishela khona kwindawo ekhuselekileyo.
And every day I was at the mine premises, more especially at medal kraal.
Zonke ke insuku ndandikhona phaya emayini ikakhulu phaya eMiddlekraal.
Even though it's not all the days, but most of the days I used to go to medal kraal on daily basis.
Ndingathi bendiya zonke insuku phaya eMiddlekraal noma bendingahlali khona apho zonke imini.
I'm really interested in the WPL section of it. That's the, I take it, that's Western Platinum.
Yeah, that's Western Plus.
What I'm really trying to ascertain is, were you at Western Platinum after you left on the on Sunday the 12th until
Umbuzo yilo ukuthi emva kokuba
much
niyena
later when you came back?
nahamba phaya ngecawe mhla zingu-12 ku-August uphinde waphindela na phaya eWestern Platte.
Yes, because Western Platte is, medal kraal is also Western Platte.
Ewe iMiddlekraal le ndithetha ngayo ise-Western Platte.
It's where we held a meeting, it's where we met our president there.
Kulapho sadibana khona nopresident wethu.
How would you describe the area that you were talking about earlier, where the NUM WPL office is and where the Wonderkop Stadium is? How would you describe that area?
Ungayichaza njani ke le ndawo xa ubeka kwi-Western Platte iNUM offices? Zikuphi phaya eWestern Platte?
Next to, NUM offices is next to the police stations, satellite police station.
Xa ujonge i-satellite police station, i-office zeNUM zikufuphinyana nalapho.
How far is that from Middlekraal?
Sekudeni kangakanani ke neMiddlekraal apho?
It may be, it may be 5 kilometers,
Yes.
if I'm not that much.
Kungaba zikilometers ezinhlanu.
Now, the area that you were talking about earlier in your evidence, Wonderkop Stadium, NUM office, WPL, satellite police station, and so on. What do you call that area? Do you call it
Indawo ke
Wonderkop, or what do
ukuthetha
you call it?
ngayo iWonderkop Stadium apha kwi-office zeNUM satellite police ibizwa ngokuthiwa yintoni loo ndawo?
That is Wonderkop.
Okay, that's Wonderkop.
Ibizwa ngokuba iWonderkop.
Now, what I want to know from you is, were you away from Wonderkop for some days after the 12th of August?
Mandithi ke kukho imini apho ubungekho khona kuloo ndawo libizwa ngokuba iWonderkop emva kwemhla ka-12.
Sometimes I used to go to Wonderkop.
Ndandike ndiye eWonderkop.
See, what I was concerned about, Ms. Barnes was asking you questions about how many people were involved, about the people involved in the strike, and how many were NUM, and how many were AMCU, and how many weren't members of unions at all. And what I wanted to know from you was, does your knowledge extend to what happened after the 12th, or is your knowledge primarily based upon what you saw up to the 12th, particularly on the 10th,
apha
10th and 11th?
umem unantsika ubhanso bebuza okokuba amanani bebabangaki benum babangaki abanye ngoku into obuzwayo nokokuba lezi zibalo uthetha ngazo zizibalo obowazi ngazo ngaphambi komhla ka-12 noma emva koko.
I need to be clear here, Chairperson, whether the numbers that you ask me is the attendance of the people on these 2 meetings that I held.
What Ms. Barnes was wanting to know from you was how many people, the people who took part in the strike, and how many of those were, or what percentage of those were NUM members, what percentage were AMCU members, and what percentage weren't members of any union at all. Now, I'm interested to know, insofar as you can answer her question, would your answer be based upon what you saw on the 10th and the 11th, or do you have other knowledge of your own based upon what happened thereafter?
Masucacise ngolu hlobo lombuzo. Mama ubhanso ufuna ukwazi okokuba amanani abethini kwizimembers zenu nabanye. Ngoku uchairperson ubuza okokuba ulwazi onalo wena olubekayo lulwazi onalo lezehlakalo zomhla ka-10, 11 noma mhlawumbe kwezinye imini.
I'm not quite sure, Chairperson, how many members of NUM who was on strike.
Andinanyaniseko okokuba engakanani amanani members zethu ezazise-striking.
But I just only feel that some of them, they fled to home, and some of them may not be at the strike, but staying at their homes.
Into endiyicingayo okokuba abanye babo kwakungenzeka ukuba abekho phaa estrikini baye bahlala emakhaya abo ngokoyika ukuzokwenzeka phaya ngoba kwakukhona olu grogriso.
A lot of the strikers were rock drill operators. Is that correct?
Andithi ubuninzi babantu abestrayikile kwakuzi-rock drill operators.
I agree.
And a number of the rock drill operators were members of the NUM.
Uninzi be-rock drill operators kwakungamalungu e-NUM.
Of course.
Ewe.
Ms. Barnes, I was actually trying, unsuccessfully, to cut things short to help you to focus your cross-examination. I wasn't successful, but I did try. Please carry on.
Thank you, Chairperson. So if you could look at paragraph 25 of your statement.
Paragraph number?
25. You say there it was decided that given these 2 attacks on the NUM office, presumably there you are referring to what you've just described in relation to the what happened on Saturday the 11th. What else are you referring to there?
Apha uthetha ngantoni ngoba ubuthethe ngento esehlakalo somhla ka-11.
On paragraph 25, I'm saying a little bit later, there were some discussion about the WPL branch, about what the WBL branch should do. It was decided that given these 2 attacks on NUM offices and the overall volatility of this situation at Marikana, the branch committee members should, for their own safety, be accommodated off the mine premises.
That's not what Ms. Barnes is asking you about. What she's asking you about is your statement that there were 2 attacks on the NUM premises.
Andithi uthi kwaba khona ukuhlasela kabini kwi-office ye-NUM.
And
of course.
she
Ewe.
is making the point that what you've told us about was 1 attack on the NUM office and 1 false report you received. Sorry, I must put it differently. 1 incorrect report you received that the office had been set alight, which turned out to be incorrect. So you've only actually told us about 1 attack on the NUM office. That's why she says, where do you get 2 attacks from? paraphrasing your question correct?
That's quite correct. Thank you, Chair.
uthi umama Bhansi yiyo kanye into endiyibuzayo le ecingwa uchairman andithi usixelela ngokuba lahlasela kwakanye i-office le ngxelo yesibini wayifumana kwathiwa hayi akuyo office yenu umethisiwe izinqwele zakwanantsika inqwelo yakwalon mina andithi
You're correct. However, I would like to give further information.
ewe inyanisile apho kodwa ke mandinike le ngxelo mandichaze ngolu hlobo
There were 2 attacks.
kwahlasela kabini
The Saturday, I think, is the one that is well known, if I can put it that way.
eyaziwa kakuhle ile yangomgqibelo
On Sunday, after the killing or the murdering of the policemen, they proceeded to the NUM offices.
ngecawe emva kokuba kubulewe amapolisa baye baya kwii-ofisi
Do you
zenu
know that from your own knowledge?
loo nto uyazi wena ngokwakho
I was told, and the windows were broken.
ndaxelelwa ndafumana okokuba kuphuke ifestile
Yes, you were not present when what you say happened took place. Is that right? You weren't present
ubungekho
there on
ke xa
Sunday.
kuthiwa xa yenzeka loo nto oxelelwe ngayo
I was not there, I was reported by the stewards.
ndibe ndingekho ndaxelelwa zii-stewards
If you could look, please, at paragraph 17 of your statement.
make sijonge phaya kuparagraph 17 ke yestatement sakho
This is where you refer to the Lonman security guards coming to the NUM office and warning you that the striking workers were headed towards the office. Do you see that?
kungale mini uxelela zii-security okokuba emfondini beza apha kwii-ofisi zenu kunjalo
It talks about the incident of the 11th, not the 12th.
apha ithetha ngezehlakalo zange-11 hayi eze-12
Yes, I'm not talking about the 12th of August, sir. I'm talking about what is written in paragraph 17 of your statement. Are you with me now?
andithethi ngento eyendeka nge-12 ndithetha ngento ibhale apha ku-17 kunjalo njengoba ndisitsho
Correct?
ewe
Isn't it correct that those Lonman security guards warned all the NUM officials in the office to leave the office? Isn't that correct?
andithi ngelo xesha uxelela aba bantu bonke babeseofisini uba mabahambe
You're correct?
ewe kunjalo
And then the altercation that took place between the striking workers and the NUM officials on Saturday the 11th, you didn't witness that altercation, did you?
xa kuliwa ke kuhlangana ngale mini ngomgqibelo ubungekho wena uyibonanga loo nto
Correct, I was not there.
ewe bendingekho apho
I have no further questions, Chair.
ibile umama uBhans
Would you like to ask questions now? We used to have an argument as to who should cross-examine first. Now we're planning to have an argument about who's going to cross-examine last. But before I give you a chance to cross-examine next, I must ask Mr. Madlanga whether he wishes to ask any questions.
make ndibuze apha kumhlekazi uMadlanga sinekhanisa ukuba unembuzo na yena
A few, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Would you agree with me, and I'm sure you would, Mr. Setelele, that the safeguarding of human life would be or is more important than the upholding of labor laws with regard to unprotected strikes? Would you agree with that?
uyawuvumelana nami ke mhlekazi Sitelele okokuba impilo yomntu ukhuselo lempilo yomntu into ebaluleke gqitha ngaphezu kwemithetho ebekiwe phaya yokuthetha ngemivuzo nangezinye izinto
Of course, safety first.
ewe khuseleko phambili
In your statement, paragraph 14, you say that you received reports of intimidation and that the bus service was interrupted. That is, the bus service assisting people to go to work. You
About
see
page
that?
14?
It's at paragraph 14, yes.
apha kuparagraph 14 uthetha ngaloo nto okokuba nafumana ingxelo okokuba lukhulu ugrogriso phaya sekuvinjwe nebhasi iibhasi ezezithatha abantu zibase apho kusetyenzwa khona kunjalo
You're correct.
ewe nyaniso leyo
And you say that in assisting people to go to work as a result of the interruption of the bus service, at one stage whilst you were doing that, people shouted at you and those that you were with in a quote-unquote threatening tone that you would be killed for transporting people to work whilst they were on strike. That's in paragraph 15. You see that?
Xa sisiya ke side sifike phaya ku-15 uthi nithe emva koko ke nabesenincedisa aba bantu kwabakho abantu abanikhwazayo phaya begrogrisa ukuba nizawubulawa nina ngokuthi nithathe aba bantu nibamikise emsebenzini kune-strike kunjalo?
Correct.
Ewe.
I take it that you hold the position of the NUM chairperson at WPL, that you are an experienced unionist, not so?
Njengomntu ongumgcinisihlalo ke wesebe lenum phaya ndiyathatha okokuba ungumuntu onamava kakhulu ne-experience ngalo msebenzi.
According to the years that I've been in MMSA, of course,
Ewe xa sithatha iminyaka yonke le ndiphaya empangelweni.
In your experience as a unionist, have acts of intimidation on occasion been followed by killings?
Ngolwazi lwakho ke mhlekazi kuye kube khona ezi zigrogriso bilandelwe kukusweleka kwabantu kunjalo?
I don't have that experience.
Andinayo lo experience.
Did you take the reports of intimidation that you received and which you referred to at paragraph 14, and also the threats that you yourself received whilst transporting workers, did you take those seriously?
Ezi zinto uthetha ngazo apho kokuba abantu babezwa phaya bathi bayagrogriswa nani ngokwenu nagrogriswa ukuba nizawubulawa leyo nto wayithathela ingqalelo wayithatha serious loo nto?
I think I took it serious.
Ewe ndicinga uba ndayithatha ingqalelo ewe.
That is why I removed even the other leadership on Sunday and give them another alternative place of safety.
Ileso sizathu esenza okokuba abanye abaholi phaya ndaze ndabasusa ndabafunela enye indawo ngemini yecawa.
In short, you believe that there was a danger that people might be injured or even killed, not so?
Ngamanye amazwi wawunenkolelo ukholo okokuba iza kwenzeka le nto ngahle kwenzeka ukuba kwenzakala abantu noma kubekho abaswelekayo.
Of course.
Ewe.
And you did finally receive a report that on the 12th of August 2012, people had in fact been killed. 2 people, that is.
Waba nengxelo ke ezitswa kuwo kokuba nge-12 nyani kukho abantu ababini asebaswelekile.
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Prior to the death of those 2 people, that is the 2 security guards, your stance as a union was to encourage workers to go to work and to tell them that the strike was an unprotected strike and therefore an illegal strike. Not so. That was your stance as the union.
Phambi kokuba niveke ngokusweleka kwaba babini nina njengenum naniloko nixelela abantu okokuba asikho emthethweni esi-strike nikhuthaza abantu okokuba mabaye emsebenzini.
You're correct.
Nina njengenum ewe.
And indeed, and in line with that stance, on the 11th of August 2012, in the afternoon, you addressed a meeting of about 1,000 workers where you affirmed that stance.
Correct.
Ngoba usitshilo kokuba nge-11 August waye wabiza intlanganiso phaya wathetha nabantu abangaphezulu kwewaka ubaxela yona le nto ubuyithetha ewe.
Did this stance or attitude of yours, and by yours here I'm referring to NUM at large, at least at the workplace, did that stance ever change at all?
Le ndlela beniyibona ngayo ke nina ndithetha wena ke nenum kuye kwaba khona apho nitshintsha khona ingqondo noma beniyijonge ngaloo ndlela lonke lixesha?
I think we always say, stand by that position that people should go to work, and if there is any concern, they must raise it through the relevant structure so that it can be addressed.
Ewe sasiloku simi khona apho kokuba xa kukho ingxaki ethize mabayizise apha embuthweni kwi-structures izokwazi okokuba ijongwe ziso ngendlela efanele.
And furthermore, in these 2 meetings that I held, if you can look into my message, was clear that the strike is unprotected, and we understand that if there is an issue, they need to bring it forward so that we can look at how to get it solved.
Njengoba ubona ke kwezi meeting ezimbini ndithetha apha bendiloku ndithetha loo nto ndisitsho kuba xa kukho into ingxaki ethize mayiziswe ngaphambili izokwazi okokuba ijongwe phansi kwemiqathango ebekiwe.
It was not only the matter of go to work, the strike is illegal, go to work, the strike is illegal, was to say if there is an issue, bring it forward so we can get it sorted out.
Ndingathi nje kubo sasingathi nje kubo yana empangelweni buyelana emsebenzini istrike asike emthethweni sasiyiveza nalento kuba xa kukho ingxaki abanayo mabayizise ngaphambili.
That was your stance throughout from the beginning.
Yeah.
Suka nje ekuqaleni ewe.
My question is, did that stance ever change? You have not answered that.
Awuphendulanga kumbuzo mfoka bawuba kwade kwaba sekugqibeleni lokhu nimi kuloo ndawo ni.
Yes.
That was our stance. Ewe kunjalo.
Did it ever change? We'll take the tea adjournment when we've got an answer to the question. Did that stance ever change, or was it the stance of NUM throughout?
Umbuzo ke nje ngoba ubuzo kokuba iNUM ekuqaleni yathi nansi apho sime khona thina. Kwaze kwaba sekugqibeleni iloku imi apho iNUM.
You're correct. We didn't even change our stand. The only thing, if you can look into my statement, is that we have even made an addition of talking about the families, so that workers can see how important is their families, women and children.
Ewe azange kube khona apho sitshintsha khona njengoba ubona phaya ekugqibeleni mhlekazi sithe xa sithetha nabasebenzi phaya sabaxelela ukuba mabacinge ngefamily zabo ekhaya mabacinge ngabantwana.
So I understand that. At this point, we'll take the tea adjournment.
Sizawuthi ke sibethe ixesha letiye kancinci.
Mr. Chair. If I may, before Mr. Madlanga pursues the questions that he is putting at present, it would, with respect, be helpful to the witness and to us and perhaps others and the Commission if the basis of these questions could be made perfectly clear. Because at the moment, the witness is being asked, did NUM change its stance? And the basis for that question is that there was now a situation where there was a large group of persons who had embarked on unprotected strike action, who had embarked on a course of action involving acts of intimidation, had embarked on a course of action which by the morning of the 12th had resulted in deaths, and quite brutal deaths. And is the proposition that underlies the question that when one is confronted, a role player in the field of industrial relations managing that situation, such as NUM, when one is confronted by circumstances of that kind, that one is obliged to depart from one's ordinary principles and give way to those who have embarked on that course of action?
I understand the question to imply an obligation, but in view of the fact that you've posed it, in the interest of clarity and also possibly shortening matters, perhaps Mr. Madlanga can give the answer to the question and then carry on with his cross-examination.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, Commissioners, I would rather not answer the question. In the absence of a suggestion by my learned friend that the witness is having difficulty for one reason or another, perhaps the question is misleading, or the witness does not follow where I'm getting to, and so on, I do not understand the basis.
But like what he says is the question is unclear because it's not clear to him, and presumably not clear to the witness, what exactly you're putting. He says, are you putting that there was an obligation on NUM to change its stance because there'd been violence and intimidation? I didn't understand you to be putting that, but he asks whether that's what you are putting. You know, in other words, whenever there's violence and intimidation, do the ordinary basic structures have to be relaxed? That's what he's asking, as to whether that's what you want, what you're putting to the witness. So I didn't understand you to be saying that, but it might just help if you clarify what it is that you are putting, because it may be that the witness shares Mr. Tip's difficulty in understanding what precisely you are putting. And if he doesn't understand what you're putting properly, then we won't get a meaningful answer that's going to take us any further.
Bameli njengobani siva no chairperson engenela uthi umhlekazi uTip imibuzo le ebuzwa ngumhlekazi uMadlanga ayicacile kakuba ujonge ntoni ngayo okokuba uthi na kukho unyanzelelo oluthizo kokuba umbutho mawuguqule indlela osebenza ngayo xa kukho imeko ethize maxongo ngolhlobo uthi chairperson akamvange sisho kanjalo kodwa ke uzayibuza ngenye indlela ngokumhlekazi uMadlanga.
Mr. Chairman, even with that last clarification by you, I still do not agree that the questions themselves are not clear. It may well be that my learned friend doesn't know where I'm getting. That's something else altogether. But it does not follow as a matter of logic that my questions then do not or are not of such a nature that the witness follows them. Throughout, even the chairperson appeared to follow the questions themselves. Hence, the chairperson even.
Yes,
even.
But Lange, thank you for the even the chairperson understood. I put the questions again as you framed them before, and we'll carry on. And if it is a question which even the chairperson doesn't understand, then I can do something about it.
Uthi makayibuza futhi lembuzo njengoba ibuza uchairperson uthi naye uyivile kodwa ke xa kucacuba kukho into ebeyingacacanga mayicaciswe ngoku.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I was actually going to repeat the question, but just making sure that, that there is no confusion as to the response, that the stance or attitude never changed. And this is how I was going to ask it.
Bendizawubuza noko lo mbuzo ndibuzo kokuba kakuphangakho uguqulo lomqondo na njengoba bekwenzeka lezinto imeko iya ngokuba maxongo.
Mr. Setelele, in response to my earlier questions around the issue of whether or not NUM's attitude, which was that this is an unprotected strike, and I will add the rider that you added, which is that that is not all that you said. You also said that if there was an issue, the people should come forward. So in response to my question whether that stance or attitude ever changed, and or you said it never did. Now what I want to be sure of is whether that attitude or stance persisted up to and including the 16th of August 2012, that is right up to the moment when the strikers or protesters, or some of them at least, were killed. Did it persist throughout, right up to that moment?
Umbuzo ke kaMhlekazi uMahlangu ucaca ngolo hlobo nguseyivile intetho yakho kokokuba nanoloku nimi kulento yokokuba lesi senzo asikho mthethweni waze watsho ke nokokuba wayabaxelela okokuba xa kukho ingxaki ethize mabanayo mayize ngaphambili izokwazi ukuba ixoxe ngendlela efanele. Watsho kokuba kanizange nize nijike kule nto. Ngoku umbuzo wami kokuba nani loku nime kuloo ntetho kwade kwaba ngomhla ka-16 xa kwenzeka isehlakalo esi somhla ka-16 kuza kwenzakala abantu abanye besweleka.
Actually, if you can look at what happened is that we stand on our position until at the later stage whereby the workers really, there was a negotiation table, it was opened and their demand was addressed on the negotiation table.
Njengoba ubonileke sasiloku simi kuloo nto kwade kwaba semva koko xa kuzade kuvuleke okokuba kuthethwe ngale nto isombululo.
And the opening of the negotiation table, as you put it, was only after the 16th of August 2012, not so?
Andithi ke intetho yade yavuleka emva komhla ka-16 August.
Of course.
Ewe.
You referred to, or rather you said, you told the workers at the meeting of the 11th in the afternoon, attended by about 1,000 workers, you told them, amongst others, that if there is an issue, they must bring it forward. What sort of issue or issues did you have in mind?
Wawuthe kwaba baqhankqalazi nanithetha nabo othi babe ngaba mhlawumbe iwaka. Nathi kubo xa kukho into ethize mabayizise ngaphambili. Wawucinga ngento enjengantoni babengayizisa ngaphambili?
Obviously, we already heard that they are demanding a certain amount of money on their wages.
Andithi saseseyivile into yokuba bafuna uchatha oluthize phezu kwemivuzo yabo.
Yes, that was an issue, but that could not have been the issue that you had in mind, because you said if there was an issue, they should bring it forward. That one you were already aware of. What other issue did you have in mind?
Ngoba wasowuyazi lento yochatha lemivuzo akuyona nto wawuthetha ngayo phaya. Xa uthetha ngokuthi xa kukho ingxaki abanayo mabayizise ngaphambili wawuthetha ngeyiphi?
Actually, as a union, people bring in the demand at the mass meeting, and so that we can address that demand. So I never have a meeting where they have told us directly that how many demands do they have. So I will never speculate what other demand they had, because remember, they even explained that they don't want the assistance of a union when they demand this sort of money.
Into ke ngesichelo into ezinjengezi imfuno zabo zivezwa kwiintlanganiso xa kukho ingqungquthela batsho kokubafuna ntoni. Apha zange batsho ukubafuna ntoni. Nenye ke into babethe bafuna ukuyenza bebodwa lento ngaphandle kumbandakanya imibutho.
Are you aware that as at 16 August 2012, about 10 people had already died as a result of the protest or strike action?
Ubonalo na ulwazi lokuba kude kube mhla ka-16 kwase kusweleke abantu abangu-10 ngalento yayenzeka phaya ngelo xesha.
Of course, I heard.
Ewe, ndandivile.
We now know, with the wisdom of what actually happened, that the coming together of all the people concerned around a negotiating table and the discussion of all the issues resulted in a solution.
Sinolwazi ke ngoku okokuba kwathiwa xa sekudityaniswa amakhanda phaya kudibanisa intloko bonke ababandakanyayo kule nto kwaba khona isisombululo kule nto.
Yes.
Ewe.
Would you discount the probability that instead of being legalistic in the sense of just saying this is an unprotected strike, go to work, if there's an issue, come to us, would you discount the probability that if NUM had been proactive and taken an initiative at an early stage, many lives might have been saved? Would you discount that probability?
Ungayikhanyela lento ukanene uthi into ebeyingeke ibe nokwenzeka ukuthi xa seyibonile i-NUM ukuba kwenzeka ezi zinto okokuba kwabakho igxatho eyalithatha ngaphambi kokuba kwenzeke lento bekungeke kubekho uphalalo lwegazi bekungeke kusweleke abantu abaninzi ngolu hlobo. Masive ukuthi uthini uMhlekazi uThiphi.
Before the witness answers, this proposition has been put on the basis of there being a probability that...
Framed as a possibility.
Well,
If
perhaps
it was
it
framed
should.
as a possibility, would you still object?
No, that would make a very, very substantial difference to the question.
Let's see what Mr. Okay,
Chair, may I then raise an objection?
yes, you may.
Whether that's a probability or a possibility with respect is within your jurisdiction, your Commission's jurisdiction. The witness can't help us on that. But it's an unfair question. It's no good to put that question without explaining to the witness that by the 16th of August, one of the constituents to the debate are armed, are threatening criminal action, and is party of an unprotected strike. And the September debate happens with unarmed people under the guidance of an institution of state, the CCMA, and the role players are all in a very, very different state of mind. So it's quite an unfair question to put without those qualifications.
Uthi uMhlekazi ngoku awusikwazi okokuba sidibanise ezo zinto ezimbini intetho zikaSeptember ezinye zohlukile ngoba le kaSeptember kakuthethwa ngabantu abaphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi apho kukho nabaphathi abavela kumasebe athize karhulumente bebekhona apho izingxoxo zazohlukile kunezi zezingenzeka phambi kwalowo mini.
Not that I don't have a response to that, Chair. I will just leave the question on the basis that it's a matter that one can argue, ultimately. And,
Uthi uMhlekazi uza kuyiyeka ke le ntetho kodwa uza kuyiveza ekugqibeleni okokuba xa kube bukwenzeka into ethize nansi into beyingahle iyenzeke.
The point is whether the witness's answer would help us very much. I know he is the chairperson of the NUM branch at the WPL and was ordinarily resident in Marikana West. But possibly, if this question is to have any future, it's one that should be addressed to the president of the NUM. I take it he'll be called to give evidence.
Ndiyethemba okokuba lo
Even then there may
elinqinasinalo
be questions as to whether he's really able to help us by giving an answer. But if and when that position arises, we'll consider it. But I don't think, with respect, this witness is going to help us very mumuch on that point.
andibona okokuba elingqina lingakwazi ukunceda apho ngoba lona lingu-chairman wesebe elilodwa lase-W Western Plat. Undibona ukuba umuntu ongakwazi ukuba aphendule kakuhle lo mbuzo
I can
ngupresident
see where you're going with your question. I
Chair,
think to
I've
get the
already-
question, you've actually got to close a number of other doors first. But anyway, you've indicated you're not persisting in the question at this stage. So any debate further on the matter at this stage would be academic. So perhaps let's move on to non-academic terrain.
May the Chair please bear with me? Do you know, Mr. Setelele, who it is that took the decision that the NUM office should be defended? That is on the 11th.
Ngubani na owenza isigqibo sokokuba inum ngomhla ka-11 okokuba inum mayithathe izinyathelo zokuzikhusela?
I don't know.
Andinalwazi.
No further questions, Commissioners.
Enkosi.
Mr. Msimang, are you ready to ask questions now?
I can come,
Esijonga
I can come,
kumsimango ngoku.
Mr. Semenya, would you like to question now?
yes, I can put my questions, Chair.
Umsimango uyigibisela kumhlekazi uSiminya ngoku.
Mr. Sitilele, we're told by Mr. Kilichana that NUM's position was that these RDOs are underpaid.
Sive apha kumhlekazi uGcilityana kokuba inum nayo beyibona lento kokuba eze RDOs imvuzo yayo iphansi.
Was that a sentiment shared by NUM across the board?
Inum yayibona ngolohlobo nonke.
Correct.
Ewe.
In fact, in two negotiating periods, you have always held that view that they are underpaid as NUM, correct? The RDOs.
Andithi kwinhlangano ezimbini eziye zabakhona ngaphambilini kwintetho yavezwa lento yinumo kokuba i-RDOs ezinyani azifumani umvuzo ofanele.
Correct, but not RDOs alone.
Ewe kodwa hayi RDOs zodwa.
In fact, you were saying it is particularly the RDOs.
Kodwa ke
that are
nathi
underpaid.
ikakhulu i-RDOs.
You're correct.
Ewe inyana.
So NUM did know that the complaint of these RDOs are legitimate.
Ngoku xa kwenzeka lento inumi ibisazi okokuba ezi zikhala ze RDOs zifanele okokuba zibe khona.
Of course.
Ewe.
And as their representative, you are the one to assert it within the industrial framework of labor relations, am I right?
Ndithi ke njengo-chairman nguwe umuntu bekufanele abe phambili kwezo zinto.
Of course, that's what we did.
Ewe senza kanjalo.
And yet you couldn't satisfy their claim for higher wages, could you?
Anikwazanga ke noko okokuba niphumelele okokuba nenelise imfuno zabo kule mivuzo.
I think so.
Ndicinga kanjalo.
Now, just help me understand, because when I read the collective agreement, it then says, on those issues where you don't agree, the two parties will deem those issues to be settled.
Mandithi ke xa ufunda i-collective agreement le yenu ithi xa kukho apho kungavunyelwananga khona kuyawokamkelwa okokuba ezo zigqibo zigqityiwe.
Correct?
You are partly correct. However, I would like to explain one thing.
Kancane ewe kodwa ke mandichaze lento kanje.
Before we can sign any agreement,
Phambi kokuba siyisayine eso sivumelwano.
all the workers affected will agree and give us a way forward that we must sign or not.
Bonke ke abasebenzi bazawuxelelwa basinikeze indlela ekufanele okokuba ilandelwe phambi kokuba sisayine.
Meaning that the salaries increase that the RDOs got on that previous agreement was correct to them. They give us that we must sign.
Okuchaza okokuba lo chatha babe ufumene ababe RDOs ngelo xesha yabenelisa ngoba basinikeza ilungelo lokuba masisayine.
We don't just sign.
Asisayini nje.
Do you have the agreement in front of you?
No,
Uyiphethe agreement apha ku andinayo.
no.
It is in the bundle of documents of NUM. Exhibit XX2.
Ikwizincwadi zenum exhibit XX2 nayo.
Do you have it in front of you now? No.
Unayo? No, andinayo.
Sorry.
Got it now? Phethe apha kuye ngoku Tess.
If you go to page 19,
Masiya ku
Of that
page
bundle.
19.
and in particular clause 12.3 of that agreement,
Phaya ku 19 ujonge u 12.3.
I would like to read it to you.
19.
Correct, I got it now.
It says all proposals and demands on which agreement was not reached or which were withdrawn by the unions or the company are regarded as having been settled and may not be subject to strike action until this agreement lapses on the 30th of September 2013. Do you see that?
Apho kubhalwe okokuba zonke ke izinto xa ekungavunyelwananga ngazo ngalawo mini ziyawuthatha okokuba zizinto ezigqityiwe kakunawuvumela okokuba kubekho istrike esiphathelene nezo zinto kuzide kuphele le agreement le ngomhla ka-30 September konyaka ka-2013.
Yes, I can see that.
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
And one of the demands is the RDO's salary increase,
So the question was,
about which there was no agreement. I'm saying one of the demands on which there was no agreement between the parties must have been the RDO's salary increase.
enye yezinto kungavunyelwananga ngazo apho kwaba yimivuzo uchatha lwemivuzo apha kwi-RDOs andithi?
Correct.
Ewe.
So just help me here, because now you have people whose demands you consider legitimate, correct?
Ukundincede apha ke kukho abantu apha abanezikhalo ezivakalayo andithi?
The,
Correct. Ewe.
the collective agreement negotiated and signed by both parties does not answer that legitimate demand, am I right?
I-agreement ke eyasayinwa zizo zonke ipati ayihambelani ayivumelani nezi
Chair.
zikhalazo zabo.
Forgive me, I interrupt with reluctance, but it is important with respect for the propositions to be put with accuracy, and that there shouldn't be any elision between the notion of a demand, an agreement, and a component that may have been part of a demand that hasn't become an agreement, but the agreement is there. And
You'll find if you and I are patient, and we give Mr. Semenya a chance to finish this line of questioning, I suspect you'll find that he's going to address that problem. If he doesn't, then you and I can take him on. But let him finish this line of questioning first before we tackle him further, because it may not be necessary for us to do so.
my concern, of course, is not to tackle Mr. Semenya. It's merely that the questions that Mr. Semenya
I'm
put...
speaking metaphorically.
No.
I mean, talking about in relation to a valid, upholdable objection to the questions he's asking.
Can we try again, Mr. Stilele?
Masizame futhi mhlekazi.
We have tied it up, but that NUM considers this demand for higher salaries of RDOs a very legitimate and a pressing one. We have gone past that point, haven't we?
Siqibile apho sithi khona NUM iyavumelana nokuba esi sigqibo esi sikhalazo se-RDO semivuzo isigqibo into ekhona bayavumelana nabo kuba banesizathu sokukhalaza andithi?
Of course, and I don't, maybe I don't understand you clearly, but I think they have the right to raise the issues so that as a union to look in those issues.
Ewe ndivumelana nawe mhlawumbe ndiva kakuhle ukuba banalo igunya lokokuba baziveze izikhalazo ezinjengalezo xa belila ngaloo nto kodwa ke mabayeke iunion okokuba ibe ngiyo esebenza ezo zinto.
And it is one of the demands that you as a union take up with the employer in these wage negotiations, right?
Andithi enye yezikhalazo enivamisa ukuba nina njenge-union niziveze apha kubaqashi xa nidibene nabo.
Correct.
Ewe.
And it is about one of those on which the parties could not agree.
Andithi ke yavezwa le nto kwaba enye yezi apho ningavumelananga khona nomqashi.
Correct.
Ewe.
And by agreement, it is one of those issues which cannot be subject matter of a strike, a protected strike.
Andithi ke enye yezi zinto ezibhalwe apha okokuba kakunawuvunyelwa strike ngezo ntetho ke kwathethwa ngazo kwasayindwa.
Correct.
Ewe.
So help me understand now.
Undincede apha ke.
The poor RDOs have a union that can't press any further on a demand that they and the union are in agreement is legitimate and pressing.
Naba ke aba bantu Thixo bane balila ngale mali bayavana neunion okokuba sifanele okokuba sinikeze oluchatha lemivuzo kodwa ayikho into abangayenza bona ngokwabo.
Actually, there is nothing. If I understand your question, there is nothing that they can do on their own. Is the representative union which must assist them. However, what I would like to explain further is that remember that this demand of 12.5 thousand rand was not brought to the attention of NOM. In other words, NOM was not clearly aware where does this 12,500 comes from.
Ewe inyanisa okokuba bebangakwazi ukuba bazenzele bona ngokwabo le nto kwakufanele bayizise kwi-union manichazeke noko okokuba le demand ye-12,500 nyani i-NUM ayazi okokuba yasivela apha ayizange zithethwe ne-NUM ngabasebenzi.
That is why NOM want the RDO or any other people to come forward and bring their demand to NOM so that NOM can look into that.
Ngako ke yiko sifuna okokuba i-RDOs noma mhlawumbe omnye wabo makeze kwi-NUM azokuyiveza leyo nto izokwazi okokuba i-NUM ikwazi ukuyijonga.
Currently myself, I cannot say 12,500 is correct or incorrect.
Njengangoku ke mna ngokwami andikwazi ukusho okokuba i-right noma kayikho right le 12,005.
Because as my colleague yesterday, if not yesterday or before yesterday, has mentioned that before we make a demand, a salary increase, we look into things like inflation and so on. But I'm not at that level of looking into the inflation issues.
Njengoba eshilo kuxa wam phezolo ikanene kulamanye amalanga okokuba ngaphambi kokuba senze imfuno ezinjengalezo kumqashi kuzininzi izinto esisijonge isimo somnotho i-inflation nezinye izinto ezinjengezo. Mna ke ngokwami andinako okokuba ndikwazi ukuphonononga ezo zinto.
Hayi khona ntate Stilele.
Ayikhona ntate.
For 2 waves of negotiations, as NUM knew, they were underpaid, these RDOs, so it's not a surprise.
Ayizange nimangaze le nto beniyazi nina njengeNUM okokuba aba bantu le mvuzo iphansi andithi.
You're correct.
Ewe inyani la.
And you already have the benefits of Amplat's strike action there. Impala.
First, Implats and then it's Impala. Yeah.
You already have the benefit of what the type of complaint they have resulted in unrest at Impala. That you already know.
Andithi busazo okokuba esi sikhalo abanaso phaya into ebeke yavela phaya kwenye imayini Impala.
Correct?
Kunjalo?
Partly correct, but however, you need to also look at, I'm a branch chairperson, I'm not Lonmin branch chairperson. And some issues of Impala, I won't know them as a chairperson from Impala. Some of them come to me as a rumor. Maybe I'll give you example of those rumors.
No.
Mna ndiyi-chairman nje nyhani
Very
andingomntu
apprehensive of
waselonmini. Ezinye zezinto ziva nje ndizive ngenzwa bethi kuthiwa andinalo ulwazi olupheleleyo ngaloo nto.
No, but correctly speaking now, we know that these RDOs and the unrest at Impala had a profound impact on the mining sector. That you know, even as a chairperson of WPL.
Noma chairperson wase-WA, wonke umuntu uyayazi le nto kokuba le nto eyenzeka phaa eMpala yaba nemithelela kwizimayini ezininzi apha, kunjalo?
You're correct.
Ewe Mhlekazi.
Resulting in some adjustment of the payment to RDOs in Impala. That you knew.
Uyayazi into kokuba kwaze kwabakho uchatho oluthize olufakwayo baphaya eMpala kwi-RDOs. Andithi uyayazi loo nto?
Correct, I've heard.
Ndiyivile ewe.
Which aggravates the situation, sorry? Which aggravates the condition of your REOs at Lonmin.
Andithi yona ke into yayibilisa aba benu i-RDOs ezezenu.
I think it may be possible.
Ndicinga uba kwenzeka ngolo hlobo.
Now that's what I'm trying to push to. Knowing that their claim is legitimate, knowing that the industry is changing, knowing that Impala is paying better now, knowing that their claim is pressing, you knew that they cannot look to you as the union for resolution of that problem, am I right?
Ubusazi kokuba xa sekunjena nje isimo simaqongo ngokusazi okokuba wena njengabantu abamele aba bantu abanakuza kini ngale nto lena.
I don't know whether Impala is, sorry.
Chair, as a proposition of contract law, that's not correct. There's a non-variation clause. If the two parties to an agreement is willing to amend that agreement to agree it, they can do that. So there's no impossibility here.
I think that you weren't here when we heard that in the face of a similarly phrased clause in an earlier agreement, when the inflation rate rose dramatically beyond the increase provided for in the agreement, Newman was prepared to go back to the employer and seek to get that changed despite an agreement, a clause like the one we're busy with. So
I heard that, and
were
that's
here for
really the basis of my observation, that it could have been done.
yes. All right, you've heard the point taken by Mr.
No, it's not a good point, Chair.
No, I'm not saying it's a good point. I say you heard it. Can you
have.
accommodate it in your question?
Indeed.
Uza kubuza ngolu hlobo uMhlekazi Siminya lo mbuzo.
Your attitude to this unprotected strike is that there is a wage agreement. You as NUM can't press it any further. What they're doing would be an unprotected strike. It would hurt their family. It would have hurt them personally by losing jobs. Is that right?
Andithi nina ke njengenum nisazi okokuba kukho into enjengalena. Anizange nivumelane nabo nabaxelela okokuba le nto izawulimaza izakwenzakalisa izalamane zabo bazawulahlekela ngumsebenzi nento enjengezo.
Yes, we advise them that they will lose jobs and their family will be very affected.
Ebe sabaxelela ngolo hlobo uba iza kuba nemithelela kwiifemili zabo nabo nemisebenzi.
What you don't do is what Mr. Skalkberger says. You don't say, because it is legitimate, but because we have a right to amend our own agreements, we'll go to Lonmin and say, now, these are circumstances necessary for us to revisit our agreement. Correct?
Uvezi ke le nto ethethwa ngumhlekazi ubhebe phaya okokuba xa kunemeko enjengaleyo nina njengenum nina ligunya lokokuba niye kumqashi okokuba emfondini ngoba imeko imaxongo ngolu hlobo makube khona uguqulo apho savumelana khona ngokuthi nokuthi.
Firstly, I don't know whether I will be answering your question.
Andazi noba ndizobe ndiphendula umbuzo wakho na xa ndithi.
First of all, I'm the chairperson of Western Plat, not of the whole Lonmin. And secondly, I don't know how much Impala pays the RDOs compared to the loanmen.
Mna ke ndi-chairman nje yase-WP phaya ayiyo loanmen yonke. Andinalo ke nolwazi okokuba Impala ibe babhatala malini aba bantu bayo.
And the issue of RDO, more especially the RDO salaries, we say they are earning less than compared to the work that they do.
Sithi ke thina apha kwi-RDOs ikakhulu i-RDOs imali umvuzo abawufumanayo awanele lo msebenzi bawenzayo.
We raised this in our previous wage negotiations.
Sasiyivezile lento xa kukho intetho zemivuzo kwixesha eligqithileyo.
Management make an addition of a certain percentage to their salary, and at the end of the day, we meet in the mass meeting and they agree that this is the percentage that we can sign for now.
Sayiveza ke phaya i-management iyafaka nje uchatha inyani oluthize iipesenti ezithize saya kwingqungquthela kwi-meeting safike sabaxelela aba bantu bavumelana nathi
So
xa sizoyisayina.
the same, I think the same thing must happen when they want another percentage on top of the percentage they got. They must just come to us so that we can engage management on that.
Kwakufuneka benze ngolo hlobo ke xa kukhona uchatha oluthize abalifunayo beze kuthi sizokwazi ukuba siyobonana no-management kuthethwe.
So they choose to exclude us.
Base ke besikhuphela ngaphandle.
I'm going to repeat my question.
Ndizawuphinda umbuzo wami.
As NUM,
Njengenum
you don't, with the benefit of what you then know, go to loanmen and say, we do have an agreement, it is binding until 2013, but there are circumstances now that would compel us to relook that agreement and see whether or not we cannot negotiate this industrial dispute.
njengani ke njengenum niyibona okokuba kwenzeka ntoni phaya beninalo igunya lokokuba niye kwi-management nifike nibaxele jongana apha bafondini imeko itshintshile ngoku kukho ezi nezi zizathu kasikwazi na okokuba siphindele etafuleni siyothetha ngale nto le mivuzo yala madoda.
We actually go to the management with a mandate from the workers.
Siya kwi-management xa kukho isicelo esivela kubasebenzi sithunywa ngabasebenzi.
Mr. Stilele,
Hlekazi Stilele.
I'll ask it in an open-ended fashion.
Ithi ndiwubuze lo mbuzo ngendlela evulekileyo ngolu hlobo.
With the escalating tension of RDOs going to the mountain in what you know to be an unprotected strike, but knowing that their demands are legitimate, you as NUM do not go to loanmen and say, can we renegotiate this agreement to accommodate this legitimate and pressing demand?
Seniyibonile imeko kokuba isimaqongo ngohlobo olunjani abantu naba sebaphaya entabeni ngoku nisazi okokuba ngoku sebangenele istrike esingekho emthethweni nisazi ke nokokuba banezizathu zokwenza lento ngoba imvuzo yabo iphansi anikwazanga nyenqenuma ukuba niye kumqashi nide emfondini masiyicinge ngolunye uhlobo lento masithethe.
I think if you can, somebody can remember, during the strike when people were on the mountain, we tried to engage with management to look into how to get the problems get solved.
Ningakhumbula kakuhle ngeli xesha bephaya entabeni abantu sazama okokuba sibonisane ne-management ba ingasonjulula ngendlela enjani lento.
And I think you'll remember that management said people must climb off the mountain and go to work so that we can sit down and address the issue.
Uza kuyikhumbula ke into yokokuba i-management yathi mabehle phaya entabeni qala babuyele empangelweni bese kuyothethwa.
And most of the time, I attended most of the meetings when the RDOs were on strike.
Kwimihlangano emininzi ke ngeli xesha i-RDOs iphaya entabeni estrikini ndandisiya kwi-meeting.
For my side, just to state my role as the chairperson of Western Platte, what I did, I can mention this.
Mna ke njenge-chairperson yaphaya e-Western Platte ndingatsho kokuba yintoni bendiziveza phaya kule meeting.
Okay, just assist me then.
Sincede.
On the 9th,
Ngomhla ka-9
You see, the RDOs are on what you call an unprotected strike. They are only having kiris and chanting.
Nine i-RDOs zise-striking esingekho emthethweni baphethe nje intonga kuphela.
About something that you yourself concede, it's a legitimate demand by them.
Lento ke nawe ngokwakho uvumelana nayo kokuba bebanazo izizathu zokuba benze oloqhankqalazo.
And there has been
Mr. Chair,
industry.
I have to object to that. The demand that was made was for 12,500 rand. The witness has thus far spoken about the fact that there were demands during the negotiations for improvements in the RDO's wages. It never was in the realm of 12,500 rand. The witness has made it clear that there is a process within NUM for the vetting of demands, and is not correct with respect to say that you've already conceded that this was a legitimate demand of 12,500.
Uthi umhlekazi uthi apha ke umbuzo lona kawe umhle ngoba aba bantu bebadimanda 12,500 rand okwakungeyona intetho eyayivele ngaphambilini kwinum noma kwakho isicelo sokuba kubekho uchatha kwemivuto ibingafiki kule mali bese beyifuna ngoko aba be-RDOs.
Chair, I have never even put a rand value on the demand. Never. Since I started cross-examining.
Oko ndibuza imbuzo kusho umhlekazi uSiminya andizange
The
ndibeke
objection on
ukuba imalini
12,500
endithetha
has no relevance to what I'm raising with the witness.
Well, repeat the question.
ngokulo mbuzo ke kathi
If you put
kume
a rand
endeleni
number on it,
yani yani.
Mr. Tip's point will have validity, and if you don't, it won't.
I don't put any rand value. I'm just talking about an RDO demand for a higher wage. No higher.
Ithethe nje apha kokuba i-RDO zazifuna uchatha lwemvuzo andizange ndibeke okokuba yimalini le bebayifuna.
So on the 9th, whilst these protesters are just carrying kiris and on a good song, and they are not militant in any way, they raise a demand which you legitimately find properly placed, they need to be paid higher, right?
Andithi nge-9 ke amadoda beqhankqalaza phaya kuculwa babetha amagwijo ovuyo nje kungekho muntu ogrogisayo kungekho nto eyayikhombisa ukuba abayalwa aba bantu bephethe nje intonga kuphela kunjalo.
I don't know the issue of the 9th because it was a holiday, and I heard that they held a meeting, and I think they were not marching. I don't know whether they even sang or what.
Andiyazi ke into yange-9 ngoba kwakuyiholiday ndeva nje kuthiwa kwakubambe i-meeting ukuthi babecula noma andinalo ulwazi olunjengolo.
Okay, let's make it the 10th then, if you like.
Masithi ke nge-10.
You still don't know that they are having these demands, which you can engage them on and go to Lonmin to have them resolved.
Nge-10 ke xa ubona ukuba kwenzeka lento beningaya phaya kubo nikwazi ukuba niyobonisana no-Lonmin andithi?
We would only go to Lonmin if we had a mandate.
Besingakwazi ukuya ku-Lonmin xa sinesithumo esivela kubasebenzi.
By that you must mean you would have spoken to your union members, you would have chiseled out the nature of the concerns they have. They would then give you a mandate to go and engage Lonmin on it. Is that what you say?
Uthi ngamanye amazwi xa nibona kwenzeka lento njengombutho benizawuya phaya kumalunga enu nibuze uba hey yintoni bafondini banixelela ukuba nasi isicelo sethu ke nithi ukusibeka ke nibese nisiniya naso ku-Lonmin usho njalo.
The difficulty was that they were not ready to give us the mandate and their demands.
Ubunzima endinabo kokuba ngelo xesha aba bantu bebangekho ready bebangalungeli kokuba basixelele ukuba bafuna ntoni.
We have repeatedly been told all these people wanted was to say, bring the employer, we want to discuss these matters. But you are the union who's supposed to be doing it for them, for which you take a subscription of 1%.
Sive kaninzi ke lento ivela apha mhlekazi kokuba phela kwento babeyifuna aba bantu kokuba zisanumqashi apha kuthi azothetha nathi bayithethe kaninzi lonto abantu bebafanele kokuba babenzele oloncedo nini iunion yabo ethatha i1% yemvuzo yabo.
I think, Chairperson, here I'm asked a question that gives me a problem also.
Ngithi hayi nyani unzima lo mbuzo endibuzwayo.
The reason is
Isizathu sesi
we have no access to talk to the RDOs.
sasingenayo indlela yokuthetha ne-RDOs.
The president of this union, NOM, was chased away from the mountain.
Uzawukhumbula okokuba upresident we-union wagxothwa phaa entabeni.
So it becomes very difficult to say you have the RDO's mandate and deal with that mandate, whereas you know that no one has sent you to deal with it.
The president was not chased on the 10th.
President wenu azange agxothwe nge-10.
So let's just deal with your approach as a representative union in respect of a claim you accept to be legitimate. There's industry shift. I don't understand what could be a compelling difficulty in approaching Lonmin and say, can we negotiate this problem away?
Uthi ke umhlekazi masijonge ngolu hlobo umhlekazi. Seniyibonile lento okokuba iMaqongo yayinyanzelisa okokuba apha makubekho into engenziwa kuyothethwa ne-management okokuba ebafondini makwenziwe into okokuze ku.
It was difficult also to talk to management.
Kwakunzima okokuba sithethe ne-management.
That is why you see that 750 and 250 and 500 rand was not negotiated. It was the offer that was issued by management and need no comment from any union.
Njengoba ubona ke ezi 750, 500, 250 zakhutshwa i-management ikhupha ngokwazo ingathethanga ne-union.
And the position of management, as I understand, was that people must go back to work and then they will get to negotiations thereafter.
Andiva kokuba i-management yacela uba mabaphindele emsebenzini kuzawuthi emva koko kube sekuyahlangana kuyathethwa.
So is your sense that management was very difficult to constructively engage with the problem?
Ngoku uthi wena i-management leya ninikeza ubunzima kokuba kude kulungise lento.
I cannot say management gave us a problem.
Andinawutsho kokuba i-management leya sinika ingxaki.
What do you mean then management was difficult?
Uchaza ukuthini ke ngoxa uthi management yona yayi-difficult?
I'm trying to say the position of management was that they will never negotiate or get into negotiations of salary increase as long as people are still at the mountain. So,
okay. I-management yayimi kule nto yokuba ayinawungena ezintethweni, ayinawuthetha nto aba bantu basephaya.
But they could talk to the union leaders and say, well, if we can resolve the mountain problem amongst ourselves as negotiators here, they'll get off the mountain.
Ingathetha kodwa ke nabameli be-union abazawuthi bona xa kungavunyelwana apha sizokwazi ithini ukuya kwaba bantu sithethe nabo behle phaa entabeni.
And I don't think that was the solution, that we must talk to management and even promise management that immediately we can open negotiations, then people will climb off the mountain.
Ndibona ukuba sasingakwazi ukuyothetha ne-management sinike isithembiso sokuba xa ingathetha nathi aba bantu sizobehlisa phaa entabeni.
Because they didn't tell us that if they can get that money, then they will climb off the mountain. What I know is that they said they don't want NUM there.
Into endiyaziyo kokubana bathi kabayifuni tu i-NUM union yethu phaa.
Did you or did you not, as NUM, before the problem escalated, say to Lonmin, please let us sit down, renegotiate this impasse away? Or you didn't?
Nake nazenza enzo nzame ukuba niye kwi-Lonmin nithi make sihlaleni phansi sithethe sibone uba singasombululwa kanjani lento.
Always when we go to the meeting or the briefings, we were there to get the solution.
Onke amaxesha xa besiya phaya kwi-briefing ezikwingxoxo sasiya phaya ngenjongo yokuba kufunyanwe isisombululo.
My calling of the meeting with the RDOs or the workers was to get the solution.
xa ndizawubiza mna i-meeting ne-RDOs aba basebenzi injongo kwakuwukuthi kufumaneke isombululo.
Mr. Stilele, did
Stilele.
you as NUM, before the problem got out of hand, go to Lonmin and say, can we negotiate this problem away? It's either a
Ngokuba
fact or it's not. You can tell us if I'm wrong or if I'm right.
Phambi kokuba le nto iphume olawulweni ihluleke ukulawuleka, nina njenge-NUM benike naya ku-management ukuba make sihlaleni phansi sixoxe sibone uba ingasondululwa ngolu hlobo le nto.
When you say before, maybe I must ask clarity. When you say before, which day do you specifically refer to?
Uthi phambilini mhlawumbe ungakundiphe idate ukuba ngeyiphi idate.
Let's work on the 9th, on the 10th, if you like.
Masithi phaya ko-9 no-10.
From the 10th until the negotiations, we were there negotiating with management and engaging with management.
Kusuka nge-10 kuze kube ngale mini kufunyana isisombululo besiloku sihlangana ne-management sithetha nayo.
Are you saying as fact, on the 10th of August 2012, NUM engaged Lonmin with a view to negotiate the impasse? Are you saying that?
Uthi wena mfondini masithathe imini ye-10 zika-August 2012 uthi i-NUM yaba nokuthetha ne-management endabeni yokufumana isombululo sale ngxaki.
If you look into my statement, you will see that I've said on the 10th, I met the VP to say I arranged the meeting with the workers.
Ujonga i-statement sam ndithe phaya nge-10 ndahlangana ndaba nenhlangano ne-VP.
The issue of salaries of the RDOs is a long-term issue.
Le nto yemivuzo ya-RDOs into endala.
So do you choose to answer my question now?
Uzawuphendula ke ngoku umbuzo endikubuza wona ngoku.
If you remind me that question, yes.
Xa ungandikhumbuza umbuzo lo mhlekazi.
Are you making a statement of fact that on the 10th, NUM approached Lonmin with a view to negotiate this problem away?
Uthi wena ngomhla ka-10 ku-August 2012 nina njenge-NUM nahlangana ne-Lonmin ukuthetha ngale ngxaki.
Not the increase.
Hayi yoqhatho lemivuzo.
The one that caused the people to go to the mountain. You're not talking about that.
Le nto eyaba imbangela yaba bantu ukuba bakhuphuke baye phaya entabeni andithethanga ngayo.
How can you talk about something that you don't have a mandate of?
Ubungathetha kanjani ke ngento ongayixelelanga ungathunywanga ukuba uyithethe.
Where are you going to take that feedback?
Leyo feedback ozayifumana apho uzayisaphi.
Because people at the mountain don't want you.
Ngoba aba bantu abaphaya entabeni abakufuni.
The only thing that I think is going to be better thing is to call a meeting and talk to the people to say, go to work, we are here as NOM, and we are prepared to assist you on your concern.
Into eyayiba ngcono kokuba kuyiwe kubo kuthethwe nabo.
We don't even know what inform 12.5.
Besingayazi ke nalento ye 12.5.
Did you care to know?
Niye nazama ukuba nazi. Nike nakhathala okokuba nazo kokuba bayithatha le nto 12.5.
Yeah, they were not prepared to talk to us.
Bebangazimisela ukuthetha nathi.
On the 9th.
Thetha nge-9.
They have told us on the 8th that they will deal this issue by themselves.
Basixelela nge-8 okokuba le nto le bazazisebenzela bona ngokwabo.
On the 10th and the 11th, my position was only to show them, to advise them, to guide them.
Nge-10 nange-11 ke umsebenzi wami kwakuthi nje ndizame ukubabonisa ndibaqondise okokuba kwenzeke ntoni.
We're going to argue that as NUM, even as early as the 9th or the 8th or the 10th, you knew that these demands of the RDOs are legitimate you were contractually able to open this discussion with Lonmin. You elected not to until lives were lost.
Sizoyibeka thina ke ngolu hlobo apha Mhlekazi okokuba kusuka nge-8 9 kude kube mhla ka-10 nina njengenum beninalo ulwazi oluphelele okokuba ezi zikhalo zabasebenzi ziyisidingo zidingekile okokuba zibe khona. Nakhetha ke ukungavuli intetho nithethisane nomqashi ngale nto kwade kwafika olu suku kuza kwenzeka le ntlekelele.
I think it's your views.
Ndijonga ngombono wakho lo.
No, but if you have some compelling logic or argument or answer, please square up with that argument.
Khawutsho ke lo mbono wam xa uthi wena uhambisani nawo khawunike ezakho izizathu okokuba hayi mina ndiyibona le nto ingolu hlobo nolu hlobo nolu hlobo.
As I'm saying, there was no demand brought to NOM branch committee of Western Blood. What I know is that they've said they don't want to bring it to the NOM's attention.
Mandithi ke into endiyaziyo okokuba kakukho demand kakukho sicelo esavezwa ngabasebenzi okokuba sifuna le nto kwi-Western Bloods, kwi-union phaya Western Bloods. Singazi ke bathi bona into bazoyenza bazozenzela le nto ngokwabo.
And we'll argue it's a demand you have always known.
Sizawuthi ke enye into beniyazi lonke eli xesha.
But you cannot take, those were the rumors.
Kwakuyinto iva nje into iza ngobethi.
Because you're not given to deal with it.
Ngoba nizange nisicele okokuba masenze lo.
And you are told to get away from that. We were told that we must leave the RDOs dealing with their own demand.
Enye into sasixelela okokuba masiphume kule nto i-RDOs ziza kuzisebenzela ngokwabo le nto.
So the process that we were in was that we were trying to talk to them to say, however you have a demand, we are saying go back to work and we will sit down and collect your demand and see how to do with those with your demand.
Into esazama ukuyenza ukuba sithethe nabo sithi hayi buyelani emsebenzini sizawuza sifumane izikhalo zenu sisebenze ngazo ngendlela.
Mr. Sitilele, this is my last question on this point, and I want to put this proposition to you.
Mandigqibele ngokubuza lo mbuzo Sitilele kuwe ndiwubuza ngolu hlobo.
I'm going to argue that your answer cannot be correct.
Ndizawuthi impendulo zakho azikwazi okokuba ziyinyaniso mfowethu.
Mr. Kilichana, NUM chief negotiator, called it a ticking bomb for a very long time. It's not something new.
Uthe lo obe nikeza ubungqina apha wathi yena wayijonga lento njengemeko esengqephekweni yokuqabuka noma ngeliphi ixesha.
You're correct.
Ewe, right.
Yeah, I know. Now you see, or you are reported.
To another point, you're still busy with this point?
Yes, Chair.
Moving on to another point.
Yes, I was going to go to another point.
Well, I'd like to ask a question on the point you were busy with. I understood you to say that the attitude of NUM was that the RDOs must go back to work, raise the matter with NUM, and NUM would then raise it with the employer. Did I understand you correctly?
Ndikuva kakuhle xa uthi wena nathi kubo mabaphinde emsebenzini ababe RDOs. Kuzaxa sebaphindile ke nina njengenum nithathe esi sikhalo sabo nisise ku management.
Correct.
Well, that doesn't seem to be consistent with what appears in paragraph 4 of your statement. Let me read it to you.
Ma ndikufundele paragraph 4 statement sakho ukuba sithi.
The issue of this demand, that's the demand for 12,500 Rand, by the RDOs was discussed at various meetings by the NUM branches in London.
Utsho ngolo hlobo okokuba le demand ye-RDOs ya kwabakho intetho eziningi ngayo kwi-meetings ze-NUM phaya eLonmin.
You're correct.
Kwimasebe.
NUM's position was consistently put forward at these meetings, namely that the wages of RDOs were covered in the 2-year collective agreement, that had been concluded in December 2011, that it was a breach of this agreement for RDOs to raise fresh demands during the term of that agreement, and that NUM was opposed to unprotected and hence illegal strike action.
You're correct.
Utsho ke ngolo hlobo wena okokuba kwezi meeting nathi nina ayikho mthethweni lento yokokuba i-RDOs zingaveza esisicelo ngoku ngoba kukho i-agreement ebophayo eyenziwe ngo-2011 ngako ke ukuya kwinto enjengalena niyobe nenqa leyo mgqaliselo xa benza ii-demands ezinye ezi-fresh ngako leso strike abazawungena kuso kasikho mthethweni.
I haven't got a problem with your statement that NUM was opposed to unprotected and hence illegal strike action.
Andinangxaki ke ngentetho yakho apha uthi wena esi strike besingakhuselwanga singekho emthethweni.
And in fact, it's clear that this demand could not have been the subject of strike action because it was governed by clause 12.3 of the agreement to which you've been
esi
referred.
strike bekungekho sibhaliwe phaya ku 12.5 we-agreement isivumelwano esenasenza.
But I have got a problem with the previous part of that sentence, that it was NUM's position that, and let me remind you what you said, that it was a breach of this agreement for RDOs to raise fresh wage demands during the term of that agreement.
Apho uthi wena ngoba kukho esi sivumelwano.
Let me tell you why I have the problem.
I-RDOs xa baveza ezinye izikhalo bafuna olinye uchatha benza into ephambene nesi sivumelwano sasibhaliwe.
As was pointed out, clause 12.4 of the agreement provides that there can be amendments to the agreement during the period of its operation, provided both parties agree, and the variation is produced to writing and signed by all the parties.
Xa sifunda u-12.5 wale agreement iyayibeka lento okuba ekuhambeni kwexesha kungenzeka ukuba kube khona ezinye izicelo ezifakwayo ingakapheli lo agreement.
It wasn't therefore a breach of the agreement for fresh demands to be raised during the term of the agreement. All it would have been a breach of the agreement would have been strike action if these demands were not satisfactorily dealt with.
Ngako ke bezingenziwa ii-demands ezinjengezi bezingaxhasene nesivumelano into ibe semthethweni ukuthi kuyiwe estrikini xa kungavunyelwani ngezomfuno zabasebenzi.
You understand the point I'm putting to you?
I understand.
The point is, let me just make it clear. The point is, you said it was NUM's position that it was a breach of the agreement for the demand to be raised.
Ngoku uthi wena apha inum bixhasene nalento yokokuba i-road rail operator zenze ezi zimfuno kusekhona le agreement bebephula imiqathango yalo agreement.
That means, as I understand it, that what you were saying was that NUM's position was that until the end of the agreement, it was not possible for any demand even to be raised for an increase, despite the fact that the whole climate had changed because of what had happened at Impala.
Ukuthi ndikuva kakuhle xa uthi wena ngokubona kwenu bekungekho demand ebeyingenziwa zi-RDO kungakapheli item yesisivumelwano 1913 noma imeko yaseyitshintshe yonke indawo ibangelwa yile mizivuzo efumene
Now we know that when the climate changes, it is possible, despite the fact that there's an agreement, for the union to go back to the employer and say, look here, for example, we agreed on an increase of so much percent. The inflation has gone beyond that amount. Therefore, the climate has changed. It's appropriate for us to revisit it. That's the point that's being dealt with already.
Andithi beninalo igunya lokwenza njalo niye kumqashi nimxela uba jonga apha imeko itshintshile ngoku isimo sezimali sitshintshile inflation iphakeme asikwazi ukuthi sibuyele etafuleni siyobonisana ngalento.
Therefore, it would have been possible for NUM to have gone back to London to have said, we want to raise this demand again, despite the fact the agreement is still operative, because of this change brought about by what happened at Impala. Isn't that correct?
Andithi uvumelana nami uba ibingaphinda iye kumqashi ngokutshintsha kwemeko ikwazi okokuba ibonisana nayo ukuba jonga ngale meko ikhona ngoku sifanele okokuba siphinde sithethe ngalento.
You're correct.
In doing so,
kunjalo.
NUM would not have been acting in breach of the agreement.
Ekungeke kutshiwo kokuba inum yephula isivumelwano ngoko.
You're correct.
Why did you say that it was that NUM's position was it was a breach of the agreement for RDOs to raise fresh demands during the term of that agreement? That statement was not correct, was it?
Ngoku esi statement osibhalelana sokokuba uthi wena i-RDOs xa beveza le demand le entsha beyigophula esi sivumelwano sasikho.
I think the statement is is not correct since the agreement is stating against my statement. However,
Yabona kokuba i-statement esisam asikho right apha ngoba sixhasene nento ethethwa phaya kwi-agreement.
However, I was giving the people also the opportunity to say, however the agreement is saying something that is against what you demand, give it to us so that we can meet with management. It's also appearing in my statement. There was an accommodation.
Ukuyiveza kwaba bantu kokuba noma ninalo ke igunya lokuba niveze lento inikeni thina kube sithi esiyakuyithetha phaya. Xa ufunda i-statement sami uzayifumana intetho njengale.
That means, Chairperson, there was a room for NUM to go and take the demand to the management.
Uchaza ke mhlekazo kokuba kwakhucango lasavulekile i-UDM yayingangena ngalo iyothetha nena i-NUM futhi iyothetha nomqashi.
What did you tell the RDOs of the meeting? Did you tell them there's room for us to take this demand to management? Or did you tell them that by raising this demand, you're acting in breach of the agreement?
Wathini kubo abasebenzi? Wabaxelela ukuba kusekho ucango oluvulekile apho ningangena khona nikwazi ukuthetha nomqashi ikane nobaxelela ukuba le nto eniyenzayo ixhasene nomthetho.
I've told them that if they have a demand, they must bring the demand to us.
Ndathi kubo xa benesikhalo mabasizise kuthi.
But did you tell them, what you say here in your statement, that it was a breach of the agreement for the RDOs to raise fresh wage demands during the term of the agreement? Did you tell them that?
Wabaxelela lento ibhalwe apha phansi mfokaba okokuba xa le agreement isayiniwe phaya isasebenza ukuveza ezinye izikhalo ezintsha kuxhasene naloo ntetho ngokwenze njalo kukophula umthetho wesivumelwano.
Yes, I've told them.
Ewe ndabaxelela kanjalo.
Mr. Semenya, you want to move on to your next point?
Thank you, Chair. But it compounds the problem, Mr. Sitilele.
Uthi ngokuyenza lento ibe nzima kakhulu ke Stele.
We are told that Lonmin also has what it calls a discretionary power or to deal with allowances outside the agreement.
Sixelela apha kokuba iLonmin nalo inalo igunya lokuba ijonge xa kukho isidingo sokuba ithi ukuba pha ibachase kancinci aba basebenzi bayo ngokubona kwayo ngaphambi kokuba ize kuni.
Did you know that?
Ubuyazi lonto.
How they have?
Kokuba banawo lo igunya elinjengale.
No.
Bendingayazi.
You have never seen any documented policy of Lonmin that gives them the power to offer allowances outside the agreement?
Akho ncwadi document ekuyibona yakwaLonmin ebanika eligunya lokuba xa bebona kunesidingo bona bangakwazi okokuba bathi ukwachathazela lamadoda asebenza phaya.
In most of the time, there are positions or the levels where they can talk about a certain amount of money, but not the salaries.
Kukho into ezithize bokungathethwa khona ngokuphiwa kwezimali kodwa ke hayi imivuzo yabantu.
So if Lonmin's version is to be believed, they too could have just spoken to NUM and say, we'll use our discretionary power and deal with this impasse.
Nayo ke iLonmin ibenako okokuba ize kuni njengeNUM ijongana apha aba bantu sizabanika uchatha oluthize.
They've done that on 750.
Bayenzile lonto ku 750.
No, before the loss of life, damage to property, injury to people, and the mayhem.
phambi kokuba kubekho ukonakaliswa kwempahla ukusweleka kwabantu nokwenzakala kwabantu.
So it is your view that they could have if they had elected to do so before the loss of life?
Uthi ke phambi kokuba kwenzeke yonke lento yokuba kube nabantu abaphulukana nobomi, i-Lonmin ibe nalo igunya lokuba iyenze loo nto.
I don't understand your question.
Andiwuva kakuhle lo mbuzo.
It was within Lonmin's remit or within their competence or within their power prior to the loss of life, damage to property, to use this discretionary power to resolve the problem.
Ndithi kuwe phambi kokuba kubekho ukonakaliswa kwempahla phaya, phambi kokuba konzakale abantu, phambi kokuba kubekho abantu abaphulukene nobomi, i-Lonmin ibinalo igunya lokuba izigqibe lento ngokuthi ize kuni inixelele okokuba aba bantu sabanika into engaka.
The 750 allowance came before the strike.
Li 750 yavela phambi kokuba kubekho i-strike phaya.
And
Kwase?
I mean, even though they were given 750, but the strike keep on going.
Noma basebenikiwe i-750 saqhubeka i-strike.
and it is not a matter you as a union take up for the workers.
Kunga azange kube into i-union eyithathayo le ithatha emagxinayo.
We actually, after being updated on this allowance, we went to the mass meeting and addressed this to the workers. And they've said, no, we don't want this money. All what we want to go for ourselves and seek money.
Emva kokuba sivile ngale ntetho yale mali sabiza inhlanganiso saya kubasebenzi bafike bathi kabayamkeli bona le mali ngakho ke bafuna ukuthi bona ngokwabo bayothetha no management.
I thought you said you didn't discuss this matter with the strikers or your members.
We were
Bendithi uqiba ukuthi anizange nibe nentetho ne members zenu ngalento noma nabaqhankqalazi.
That you don't know where the 12,500 comes from.
Wathi lento ye 12,500 awuyazi ukuba ivelaphi.
the issue of 12,500 was not discussed or being mandated by the workers as a demand.
Zange ithethwe le ye 12,500 akuzange futhi kubekho intetho evela kuba qhankqalazi kokuba hambani nibaxelele ukuthi sifuna 12,500.
When management come with that 750, we went to the workers and tell the workers what was management saying as an allowance. And management also told us that we got no room to negotiate this.
Xa siva ngale 750 saya ke kubasebenzi sibaxela okokuba kuthiwa i-allowance enizawunikwa yona lena. Wathi umanagement asinalo igunya lokuba sinegotiate thina njenge-union ngale mali.
And still on that allowance, we showed the management that this is a small sum of money.
Nakuyo ke le mali samxelela umanagement uba incinci le mali.
Oh, this is before the 9th
Lento yenzeka phambi kwe-9.
of August.
Yeah, it's before the 9th and the mass meeting was on the 8th.
Ewe phambi kwe-9 ngoba le mass meeting yaba nge-8.
And to tell management, look, this allowance you want to pay is not enough.
Namxelela umanagement ukuba le allowance ufuna unika aba bantu ayonele.
Correct.
Ewe.
Do you put a proposal of what would constitute a correct amount?
Sorry, sir.
Did you put a proposal of what would constitute a proper,
Ayibeka ke ku-management ngokuba uchatha olungaba lenelise aba bantu imali engaka.
We couldn't because we got no mandate.
Asikwazanga ngoba ke kungekho mali esixelela ukuba bayayifuna abasebenzi bangasixelela ukuba bafuna malini.
You're confusing me.
Hayi confuse ngokufundini.
Did you go to negotiate an allowance with management for and on behalf of the members?
Uthi naya ku-management niyothetha ngochatha lwemivuzo yabasebenzi abangamalungu enu kunjalo?
No.
No. Hayi azange si.
You could have.
Beningakwazi ukuya
If we got the mandate.
xa besixelelwe ngabasebenzi.
Just explain to me, what is a mandate?
By
Uthetha mandate, uthetha ngento enjengantoni?
by mandate in a union, we talk about being told by the mass that you represent what to do.
Xa ndithetha nge-mandate ndithetha ngento esiyithunywa ngaba bantu sibamele okokuba nansi into esiyifunayo.
And before you change anything on that mandate, you need to go back to you need to go back to those people who gave you that mandate to tell what does the management propose.
Ngoku ke xa ufumene ukuthunywa ngolo hlobo kokuba sifuna into ethize, thethe no management xa kufanele kubekho ushintsho apha ukwazi ukulenza wena njenge-union, kufanele uphindele emva kubasebenzi ubaxela uba kuthiwa.
Until the workers say is correct, you may sign for that amount.
Ude kufike kwixesha apho abasebenzi bathi khona hayi kulungile ke hambani nisayine.
This is a mass meeting term mandate.
Ile nto ndiyibiza ngokuba ukuthunywa i-meeting ingqungquthela i-mass meeting.
Did NUM seek the mandate of the RDOs on their demand?
Ngoku gawutsho ke i-NUM iyayifuna na i-mandate kuba bantu bayo.
Always, if we hold a meeting, it's a mass meeting for mandate. New issues may come there, then we carry that mandate as we are given.
Xa kubanjwe i-mass meeting onke amaxesha kusuke kufunwa yona i-mandate.
Mr. Stilele, pretend that I'm Judge Falam.
Andithi ke ndizifake ezihlangeni zika-Judge Falam mfondini.
Because you have agreed when he was asking you that your attitude in that meeting was you are not negotiating anything, it would be a breach of an agreement.
Andithi uthe wena xa uphendula umbuzo nathi anizange nibe nantetho nina apha ngoba nayijonga lento njengesenzo sokwaphula umthetho wesibopho esikho.
You are correct.
Ewe.
Now you can assume I'm Judge Falam. Now,
I don't know whether you want to change your surname or not.
because
Andazi ukuba ufuna uthatha
I
ifanile
find your approach to questions put by the judge quite sensible, direct, and accurate. But anyway, I put it to you that you could not have advanced the claim of the RDOs at the same time that you are holding the position that it would be in breach of the agreement.
Jongapha mfondini xa benithi nina njenge-NUM lento niyijonga njengesenzo sokwaphula umthetho xa nizawuthethwa ngemivuzo kusekho esi sivumelwano.
It's what we said. However, there was a room also in my statement. There is a room that shows that even though it's a breach of an agreement, we would still engage with management,
Noma ndiyitshilo loo nto kokuba
provided we are given the mandate or the demand.
njengoba ndiyitshilo loo nto kokuba xa besingathetha ngaloo nto besiyobe sophula umthetho wesivumelwano kodwa ke njengoba nditshilo kwakukho ucango lalivulekile apha sasingaya siyothetha ne-management xa kwakukho i-mandate evela kubantu bethu.
What I would like also to add on that is that I don't know whether management with that 750 rand was responding to the demand of the RDOs directly on the meetings that they held or not. But according to me, there were demands from workers that they don't want to include NUM, and there was an allowance that comes with the management.
Uthi umhlekazi andazi ke okokuba le 750 yanikwa ngesizathu sokuba abaqhankqalazi bafune le mali babe imfuno zabo ngoba kwakukho intetho yayivela ku-management okokuba nizawunikwa imali engaka.
But management said this 750, they want to be on the same level with the other companies with RDOs, as they are people with a scarce skill, and they are aware that most of them are the old people.
Yathi i-management ibanika le 750 ngoba ifuna ukubalinganisa nabanye abantu abenza umsebenzi onjengabo kwezinye indawo nokuthi ke bayayazi okokuba lento lena ebayenzayo umsebenzi we-RDO ngumsebenzi obaluleke gqitha ongenabo abantu abaninzi abenzayo bathi ke enye into abantu abasebenza phaya ngabantu asebenexesha benza lo msebenzi.
Chair, would this be a convenient stage for the lunch adjournment?
Sizawuthi ke sithathe ixesha ngoku lokutya kude kube u-2. Usho kanjalo okokuba isibopho lesi sivumelano ku company ku management kubasebenzi ku union nabo bonke abanye abangamelwanga apho ngamaqela athize kunjalo.
And then it says in clause 2.2, the terms and conditions of this agreement shall be applicable to the Marikana operation only.
Iphinde isho ke apho kokuba lesi sivumelano sisebenza pha eMarikana kuphela.
I can see it.
Yayibona apho.
Most significant is clause 3, which says this is an amendment to the original agreement. Do you see that?
Uyavumelana kokuba le amendment kwisivumelano saphambilini bekupeshwa sona apha.
Correct.
Ewe.
So the parties did know all this time that they can amend that original agreement.
Ngakho ke zonke iparty eziphathekayo kulento bebanolwazi ngalo lonke ixesha okokuba ingalungiswa la agreement yayenziwe phambili.
Correct.
Ewe.
And if you look at the adjustments, under paragraph 3.2, all rock drill operators will be promoted from partisan grade A4 to B1 effective 1 October 2012.
Uyabona apho ke ku promote khona kuphakamiswa i-rock drillers zisuka ku grade A4
to B1.
zisuka ku A4 ziya ku B1.
Correct.
Ewe.
And which was an increase from what they were earning at the time before the strike.
Apha ke kusho ukuphakama kwemivuzo phambi kusuka kweli xesha le strike ukude kube ale mini yesivumelwano.
Correct.
Ewe.
Just confirm these figures with me.
Ka ke sijonge ezi zibalo zilandelayo.
The effect of the accord and the amendment, it meant that the general underground workers were now going to earn 9,600.
Isivumelwano esisithi ke abasebenzi mgodini abasebenza ngaphansi bade ufumana imali engangamawaka asisithoba ngenyanga.
Is that figure more or less correct?
Ingaba right lona 9,000.
I don't see those figures you talk about here.
Andiziboni ezo zibalo uthetha ngazo apha kule page.
Figures aren't in the agreement. What's in the agreement is they were promoted, all the service and underground general workers were promoted from Patterson grade A3 to A4. But what Mr. Semenya wants to know from you is, can you tell us what that means in money? And he put to you that it's over 9,000 rand.
Uvumile nje kokuba ba promote kusuka kwesi sigaba bayisha kwesi
He says,
silandelayo.
are you able to confirm from your own knowledge?
Phakama
That's so.
kwemali ngolwakho kulwazi kusho ukuthi bebazawufumana malini aba bantu.
What I can confirm is that there will be an increase, but I can't be specific on how many thousands in terms of money.
Andinalo ulwazi lokokuba bekuzawuba ngamawaka amangaki ngemali kodwa ndiyazi kokuba biza uphakama yona.
Unless I will be referring to the document that says they will be increased from this amount to another amount. What I can only confirm for now are the percentages and the A4 group A, category A3 and A4 and B1, that there will be a movement there.
Into endingathetha ngayo nje ngokuba bekukho bekuzoba khona ukuthatha lemvuzo ngepercentage ezithize ngaphandle kokuba ndibone leyo ncwadi eshoyo kokuba ipercent ethize isho amawaka angaka emali.
In fact, Mr. Stilela, it can't be a correct attitude to say this agreement will require the deaths of people before union and capital can conclude it on their own.
Ayisho ke le ncwadi kokuba kudinge kuze kusweleke abantu ngaphambi kokuba kufikelele kwisigqibo esinjengesi.
I'm saying we are condemning death, whether it's of a worker or a police or anyone.
Njengoba ndisitsho nathi sixhasene ke nokuswela kwabantu noma mnye noma bangaka abantu akukho umuntu odinga ukuba asweleke.
Now focus on my question.
Ka uphendule nje umbuzo lo wami qha.
we intend to argue at the end of the commission that it was competent for labor, that's yourself, and Lonmin as the employer, to reach this agreement without the loss of life.
Sizawuthi thina ekugqibeleni impazamo yaba yeyenu ngoba nina njengabantu abamele abasebenzi noLonmin kwakufanele nenze esisigqibo phambi kokuba kwenzeke yonke lento.
I don't know whether I can say it was possible or not, but what I can tell you is that we were there present and looking at how to solve the problem, and the company by that time was saying people must go to work first so that we can sit down and amend.
Andinawutsho kokuba beyinokwenzeka na loo nto kodwa into endiyaziyo kokuba besikhona lonke eli xesha icompany yona yayithi ifuna abantu babuyele emsebenzini kuqala phambi kokuba kubekho intetho.
In other words, there is no way I can say the union failed.
Apho ke andikwazi ukuba andinawutsho kokuba iunion yona eyaphantsa eyaba nemposiso.
Whatever the attitude of the union is or was, and whatever the attitude of Lonmin is or was, it is possible, it was always possible for both you as union and Lonmin as employer to reach this agreement without the loss of life. It was
Indeed.
always within your capacities to do it.
Into endiyithethayo yile mhlekazo kokuba masingajonga okokuba iunion ijonga ngoluphi uhlobo nemqashi ujonga ngoluphi ndithi mna kuwe naningakwazi nina njengabammeli babasebenzi nomqashi okokuba nifike kwesi sigqibo phambi kokuba kusweleke abantu.
I don't agree. If you look at what was the reason that NUM couldn't hold meeting or meet with workers at the mountain.
Andivumelani nawe mhlekazi apho ngoba kufanele ujonge isizathu sabangela okokuba iNUM ingakwazi ukungenela lento nabasebenzi.
And if NUM was able to go to the mountain and engage with workers, I think that it would be possible. But when we were denied to talk to workers, I don't think possibility of reaching this agreement before.
Kube yayivunyelwe iNUM ukuba ikwazi ukuyapha entabeni yothetha nabaqanqalazi kwakungahle mhlawumbe kwenzeke okokuba kufikelwe kwisigqibo ngesisivumelano phambi kokuba kwenzeke lento kodwa sasingavunyelwe.
People don't have to go to the mountain for capital and labor to resolve an industrial dispute.
Kwakungadingekile okokuba nina njengabameli babasebenzi ne-management nide niye entabeni.
Chair, with respect, this is an unhelpful debate. We have time constraints. The debate is that what is capital and labor going to do? But there are other parties to this agreement. In September, there's a constituency called the workers. Does my learned friend suggest that this agreement should have been reached on the copy or off the copy? With arms or without arms? What is the argument of the police on this?
We'll make the argument at the right stage, Chair.
Berg is entitled to say that these questions, phrased as they are not terribly helpful unless one factors in the other parties, the non-unionized RDOs who were obdurate. At one point, the position was firmly stuck in concrete, 12-5 or nothing. So, and they were prepared to resort to violence in order to achieve it. So the questions, as you framed them, don't really help us very much. And I know you're going to argue the point further later, but if you're busy with questions, it would be helpful if you ask questions that produce dividends.
Yes, Chair, and the question is, it does not require anything else. It was always within the competence of labor and capital to resolve a dispute such as this one. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, do we?
The witnesses conceded that, so perhaps you can move on.
Usayivumile loo nto umhlekazi lona olinqini okokuba kwakungenzeka kwakungunokukhoneka okokuba basebenzi abamele abasebenzi nomqashi bakwazi ukuba bayisolve le mbambano.
My next question is, it could still have been achieved before the 9th of August.
Omnye kumbuzo wami kokuba le mbambano ibe ingasombululeka phambi kwe-9 zika-August.
Correct.
Ewe.
And that it was remiss of either capital or labor in not resolving it the way they should.
Ngako ke ndizawuthi ityala lingabekwa kubameli babasebenzi ikanene kumqashi okwenza okokuba ingasolveki le mbambano ngaphambi kwaloo mini.
It's not correct.
Hayi andivumelani.
So capital was not remiss in not resolving the problem before the 9th.
Uthi asikwazi ukuba singathi ngumqashi lo abangela okokuba le nto ingasolveki phambi kwe-9.
We can also include the attitude of the RDOs by that time, because you'll also remember that they used to give their demands directly to the union so that the union can deal with. And the NOM by that time, we got no enough grounds to convey the demands of the RDOs to the company and taking the response from the management to the workers themselves.
Apha ke kungatshola nabo ababe RDOs ngoba ngesiqhelo i-demands zabo bebazinikeza i-union kuba ngiyo ezigqithela kumqashi kodwa ke kweli xesha akwenzekanga ngolo hlobo.
In most or all the times when we deal with the demands, we take the demand from workers to the company, from the company's response to the workers, so that we can put our signature. We don't take a decision in their absence without their comments.
Ngesiqhelo ke isicelo sivela kubasebenzi sisise kumqashi thatha impendulo seyimikise kubo phambi kokuba sisayine asisayini nje thina ngokwethu kungekho sivumelano esinjengeso.
They are the last people to say we must sign or not, or we must refer to the CCMA.
Ngabo abasebenzi kufanele batsho ekugqibeleni okokuba hayi kulungile ningayisayina ngoku noma ke bathi igqithiseleni kwi-CCMA.
So always the solution of the problem in terms of the salaries will be taken by the mass.
Ngako ke ekusombululeni imbambano ezikhona maqondana noqhatha lemvuzo kwenziwa khona phaya esidlangalaleni kubasebenzi.
So in other words, the union and the management cannot reach a solution in the absence of the workers. The workers need to comment and decide. Us is only to guide the workers in terms of some other labor issues like.
Ngendlela enjalo ke ndithi umqashi ne-union bebangwazi ukuba benze isigqibo bebodwa phaya kwakufuze kubandakanywe aba bantu baqhankqalazayo abangabasebenzi.
So this peace accord could, if the parties wanted to, have been signed before the 9th of August.
Le sivumelano esisoxolo apha besingasayina xa bebavuma ngaphambi komhla ka-9
As mandated. This peace accord together with the addendum could have been signed with appropriate mandates before the 9th of August 2012.
Beyingasayinwa ke lento esisivumelano soxolo xa bekukho imandate beyifanele ngaphambi kokuba kube ngumhla ka-9 ku-August.
I think if you can look into this peace accord, there were unions there.
Xa uyijonga le peace accord kwakho izi-unions zazikhona apho.
And I think the representative of workers also were there.
Kukhona naba bamele abasebenzi.
I'll ask you if I want to know.
So in other words, if I'm not interrupting with you, in other words, there was a link between the workers and the unions who were sitting there in the peace accord.
Ngamanye ke amazwi kwakukho abavela phaya kubasebenzi naba babemele izi-union phaya phakathi.
Yeah, the point I'm making is that link could still have been achieved by all the parties to this agreement before the 9th of August 2012.
Le link uthetha ngayo ke beyingenzeka ukuba ibe khona phambi komhla ka-9.
I think it's possible.
Ewe lapho kungenzeka.
Let's deal with something different, Mr. Stilele. Floor crossing. The ability of workers to move from one union to the other.
Apha ke sizawuthetha ngalento kuthiwa floor crossing kusuka kwenye union sibela kwenye.
That should be possible to do without creating hostilities and inter-union rivalry, am I right?
Andithi into enjengale iyenzeka ngaphambi kokuba phandle kokuba kubekho umlo okhona phakathi kwe-union. Umuntu aphume kwenye union angene kwenye, andithi?
That is freedom of choice.
Ewe apho umuntu uyazikhethela.
Just educate me. How is that encouraged in an employment environment like this, where there are competing unions for membership?
Uthi kumhlekazi khawuthi kumfundisa kancinci mfondini. Yenzeka kanjani lento phaya ezindaweni zemisebenzi apho kukho ukuphikisana kwezi manyano zabasebenzi?
Maybe I would like to understand your question clearly. If you can repeat the question.
Mhlawumbe xa ungaphinda umbuzo ndiwuve kakuhle.
Are there systems within the unions? Are there protocols? Are there agreements which make it possible for people to move from one union to the other without creating union rivalry or hostility?
Phaya kwi-union ke kukho imithetho kanye nemigaqo noma mhlawumbe izinto ezithize ezibekiwe izindlela okusetshenzwa ngazo xa umuntu ephuma kwenye union anya kwenye ngaphambi kokuba kubekho ingxabano phakathi kwe-union ezi.
I think there is nowhere where NOM experienced or launch a fight against the other union based on the floor crossing.
Andicinga nikhumbula kukho apho i-NUM ike yaba khona nomlo ibanga nenye i-union ukuphuma kwabantu kuyo ukuya kule.
We take that as a freedom of choice. If a person wants to go to another union, is free to do so.
Siyithatha ke njengento umuntu azikhethela yona xa efuna ukuphuma apha angene ngale uzikhethele yena ukwenze njalo.
And we will not call that union a rivalry union.
Asinakuyibiza leyo union njengabantu abathi ukuphikisana nathi.
Was it a concern or not of NUM that it was losing members to AMCU, the competing union?
NUM yaba nokukhathazeka ngokubona okokuba ilahlekela ngamalungu angena phaya ku-AMCU. Yenzeka loo nto.
That is actually worrying when it happens during the strikes. But what I can confirm is that that was a different situation during the strike.
Mandithi khathaza ke xa yenzeka into enjengaleyo xa kukho i-strike. Kodwa ke yenzeka loo nto ngesi strike.
And what I can say now is that members of who had crossed floor before are now coming back in numbers, rejoining NOM.
Manditsho kokokuba abantu abatsiba batsibela kweli yacala ngelo xesha babhizi babuya umva ngoku.
I think if I'm not going to waste your time, I think the reason is that we are honest to them. We can do what we can do. We can't do what we can do, and we are straightforward on that.
Mandithi ke ngaphandle kokuba ndimose ixesha lakho babonile okokuba sithembekile kubo. Sikwazi ukwenza loo nto esibathembisa yona sibaxela uba sikwazi ukwenza ngaphezu koko xa singakwazi.
And I don't think for our member to cross floor to another union is because we don't give them a proper service. It was only a situation of that time.
Manditsho kokuba amalungu ethu awaphumi aye kwezinye i-union ngoba banganelisiwe ngento esibenzela yona kwakuyinto eyenzeka ngelo xesha nje.
Mr. Kilichane told us that, or considered that there is some tension at membership level between the two unions.
Uqilishana kayikhanyelanga ke leyo nto kokuba kukho ukujongana ngezikhonto zamehlo phakathi kwezi union ikakhulu kumalungu apha phantsi.
You confirm that?
Yayivumelana naloo nto.
I remember him saying there is no tension on his level.
But I didn't ask you that.
Ve esithi apha kwelakhe izinga akukho ukujongana ngezikhonto zamehlo.
And as I again recall, he said he don't know at the lower level where sometimes a person like me is working.
Xa ndikhumbula kakuhle akayitshongo into yokokuba unenkumbulo ukhumbula kakuhle okokuba aba bakweli zinga lethu kukho ukungaboni kakuhle na.
Are you going to seriously contend?
And
Do you want to say something?
no, just only to give you an example, since I've been here with the Steward since the commission starts, I think you never saw a complaint from other unions which are here complaining about NUM.
Mandithi njengoba okondilana akuzange kubekho inkathazo yeyavela okokuba kukho i-union ezikhala ngezenzo ze-NUM.
No, I'm sure the commission would be interested to make recommendations if we are able to identify the causes of the tension that were there between the members at the lower level of both unions.
Ndiyabona okokuba i-commission iyawuthanda okokuba yenze ingxelo efanele xa kungabakho okuvelayo okokuba yintoni eyabangela imbangi yokujongana ngezikhonto zamehlo phaya kuma-union phaya emazingeni aphansi.
Now I'm asking, were you aware that there were such tensions between members, at least at the lower level of officials?
Ngoku sivile okokuba kwaba khona into enjengaleyo ukujongana ngezikhonto zamehlo phaya ezantsi kwimibutho.
What I can say is that there is an intimidation that is taking place at the working places.
Into endingayitsho kokuba kukho ugrogriso olukhoyo phaya ezindaweni zemsebenzi.
Causes?
Bangela yintoni?
I think there are some other people belonging to other unions that are giving challenge or maybe intimidating NOM members.
Ndiyacinga okokuba kukho abantu beminye imibutho aba-challenger noma abagrogrisa amalungu e-NUM.
About what?
Ngantoni?
In most of the time, giving you an example, if you wear a T-shirt of NOM, then you'll be in danger.
Mandinikeze lo mzekelo uba xa unxibe i-T-shirt ye-NUM usengozini.
But that's precisely why we're here, that it cannot be that you wear a T-shirt and you are in danger. That's not a proper labor environment. That's why I'm asking for your assistance.
Yiko ke silambo kabawa. Ukwazi ukuba xa unxibe i-T-shirt lombutho othize ube sengozini. Yiko silana sifuna uncedo lwakho.
My clients don't want to bring water cannons because somebody is wearing a T-shirt.
Yabona ke abantu bamele abafuna okokuba bazise i-water cannons apha ngoba kukho abantu abanxibe i-T-shirt ezithize.
Tell us what's the cause of the tensions.
Uthi ke umhlekazi kawusixelele wena ngokubona kwakho yintoni imbangela yalento yokungajongani kakuhle.
You know, the issue of intimidation may come in many ways.
Bona into yegrogriso ke ingeza ngezindlela ezininzi.
Though I can't be specific that why people are intimidated, why NOM members are intimidated.
Noko ndingeke ndikwazi ukusho kakuhle okokuba yintoni kugrogriswa amalunga e-NUM.
You're not able to help us.
Awukwazi ukusinceda pompo kaba.
I say I don't know their reason.
Ndithi andizazi izizathu zoko.
What I see is that we have cases of intimidation, of tearing the NOM T-shirt. That one is a fact. We have those cases.
Sinamatyala esiwavulileyo phaya ogrogiso. Sinamatyala esiwavulileyo okuxazula kwe-T-shirt ze-NUM siwavulile.
NUM has not launched an investigation to see the underlying causes for these tensions.
I-NUM ngokwayo ayizange iqale yenze uphando kokuba yintoni imbangela yale nto.
Not on my level.
Hayi kweli lam izinga.
Are you aware of a level higher than where you are?
Ngaphezulu kwakho mhlawumbe kukhona uphando olunjengolo oluqhutywayo.
I'm not aware.
Andinalwazi.
In your statement, you mentioned that NUM members fired shots.
Kwi-statement sakho ke uyava chaza kokuba iimbumbulu zaqhuma phaya zibethwa yi-NUM.
The protesters, you remember?
Jongiswe kwaba baqhankqalazi.
Correct.
Ewe.
And these are the members that you left in the office when you drove away, right?
Andithi la malungu enza yonke le nto ngaba ubashiye ofisini xa uphuma we.
Correct.
Ewe.
Who shot them? Who shot them?
Ngubani owabadubula?
Mr. Chairperson, I think I've written here a transparent statement.
Ndibhale apha Mhlekazi Chairman i-statement esicacileyo.
And for the sake of safety, I would like to make a request that
Kuze kubekho ukhuseleko ndinesi sicelo.
Comrade Dalbu Obongo has been killed.
Comrade uDalubu Obongo wasweleka wabulawa.
After being involved with the local inspection.
Wabulawa emva kokuba asaye phaya ku-inspection in local.
So I'm prepared to give the names of the people whom I was told they make shots.
Ndizimisele ukuveza amagama ababantu endaxela ukuba ngabo aba badubula.
But my request is that not in this forum.
Kodwa ke isicelo sami ukuba ndingavezi apha.
I would like to make a request to Mr. Chairperson that I'm prepared to give names and look into the relevant place where I can give names of those comrades.
Ndithi ke ndizimisele okokuba ndiyixelele commission okokuba ngobani abo bantu kodwa xa ndinganika indawo apho ndizoyiveza khona le ntetho apho ndizawuveza amagama alawa maqabane.
So we have we have followed that after the allegations of shooting.
Siye sayilandela le nto yaphandwa emva kokuba kube khona olu dubulo.
So I got names.
Ndinawo amagama.
I don't want to compromise you in any way. Chair, those are the questions we have for the witness.
Andifuna okokuba ndikufake engozini ukugqitha apha Mhlekazi.
Thank you.
Uthi uMhlekazi uSiminya ugqibile ngale ndoda.
Mr. Mzimanga, are you now ready, or does Mr. Berger want to cross-examine?
I am ready, Mr. Chairman. And thanks for the
Mhlekazi
indulgence.
uMsimango ovele egameni lika Mhlekazi uMpofu uyena ubuza imibuzo ngoku.
Mr. Sitelele, you are the chairperson of NAM.
Andithi uyi-chairperson ye-NAM.
The chairperson of Western Platinum Branch Committee.
Yeah.
Ikomiti isebe le-NAM lase-Western Platts.
Statement says chairperson of the NUM branch at WPL.
You are correct.
Western Platinum. So you are the chairperson of that branch.
Chairperson where branch yase-Western Platts. Ewe.
I see in your statement in paragraph 2, you state that before the strike in August 2012, you had become aware of a demand that had been made during July by the rock drill operators for the salary increase of 12,500.
Uthi apha kwi-statement sakho phambi kwe-strike esisika-July 2012 waba nolwazi lokokuba la madoda afuna anesicelo sokuba akhushulelwe umholo la madoda e-RDO ngoJuly nge-12,500.
Correct.
And you continue to say, I was aware that I was aware also that this demand began at Career Mine and then being taken up by RTOs at other loan operations.
Utunolwazi okokuba le demand le yenziwa eCareer Mine yabe se iyana kwezinye iRDOs ezize kwi-operations ze-loan.
Correct.
You go on to say, I am, however, able to state that it did not, I want you to underline that, it did not in any way emanate from within the NUM or its structures at Lonmin.
Uthi-ke kodwa uyibeka apha ngokunyanzelekileyo kokuba lento ayivelanga kwi-NUM ikanene kwi-structures zayo phaya eLonmin.
Correct.
Will I be correct then to interpret what you're saying in this paragraph as saying that this demand for 12,500 rands emanated from the Career Mine?
Ndikuva kakuhle xa uthi le demand yale 12,500 rands yinto evela phaya eCareer Mine.
You correct.
Ewe, right up.
Will I also be correct if I say the majority members at Career Mine belong to AMCU?
Nyanisile kokuba ubuninzi phaya eCareer Mine ngabantu beAMCU.
You're correct, however, it doesn't mean it was AMCO who held meetings of the RDOs.
Ewe unyanisile apho kodwa ke anditsho kokuba iAMCO yabamba meetings ze-RDOs.
Ask you that. I suggest you confine your answers to the questions that were asked. Otherwise, it will prolong matters exceedingly. It won't help us. If he wants to know about that, he'll ask you and you can then answer.
Ndekazi isicelo esivela kuchairman okokuba phendula nje umbuzo lo ubuzwa wona xa ifuna leyo nto uzophinda kubuza yona futhi.
Point taken.
Is it correct that the majority of members in Career Mine are members of AMCU?
Correct.
Nyanisile kokuba ubuninzi babantu phaya eCareer ngamalungu eAMCU. Ewe.
Will I be correct that if this demand did not arise from NUM structures within Career Mine, then it's likely to have arisen within NUM structures, within the AMCU structures or AMCU members in Career?
Usithi wena unenyanisa pheleleyo kokuba lento ayivelanga ngamalungu kwe-NUM phaya. Ngamanye amazwi ke phaya eCareer kusho kokuba iyavela kumalungu eAMCU.
I can't say that.
Andinokwazi ukusho kanjalo.
But doesn't logic dictate that?
Kodwa ke xa sesiyicinga lento ayichazi oko.
If the majority were members of AMCU, unless we know that the demand emanated from the majority, then it doesn't follow. Because there might have been a minority of 25 of non-union people who raised the point and the others didn't like it. So I don't think that question takes us any further.
I'll rephrase the question.
Uhlale ngaphambili kunobungqina bokuba iAMCO bubuninzi phaya kodwa kusho kokuba le demand yavela kwisininzi ngenzeka kuba yavela kwabancinci kunabo. Uzawubuza ngolhlobo lombuzo umhlekazi womsimanga.
You go on, I'll come back to that issue. You go on to say you became aware. In fact, you start off by saying that before the strike in August, you had become aware of a demand by the workers. When exactly did you become aware of such demand?
Uthi apha waba nolwazi lokuba kukho idemand enjengalena. Kunini ke mfondini uvenini loo nto?
Even though I cannot be specific, in some meetings that we had, branches meeting that we had that there are RDOs who hold meetings and discussing their salary increases.
Noma ndingasakhumbuli okokuba kwakunini, kodwa ke kwakubakho inhlangano zamasebe i-branch meetings ezaziba khona apho yavela khona lento kokuba RDOs zinesi sicelo sochatha lemivuzo.
So according to you, RDOs within NUM have made a demand for some increase, even though it's not 12,500 rands.
Ngokuya kwakho ke uthi kukho iRDOs ezenum ezaba nesicelo sokuba kubekho uchatha emivuzweni noma bebangathethi ngale 12,500 bo.
I don't know whether you ask in their meetings or where are you, where the question faces now.
I'm asking, when did you become aware of the demand by RDOs within NUM?
Umbuzo yilo okokuba uve nini wena okokuba kukho i-demands ezinjengalezo kwi-NUM.
It's for before even we can go, every time when we go to the negotiations, RDO gives their demands also as RDO. Then that is why we say the salaries of the RDO and the other groups are not satisfactory to them.
Mandithi ke kuzo zonke meeting esiya kuzo kuye kuthethwe ke ngemivuzo le engonalanga i-RDO nabanye abasebenzi emgodini abakhala ngokuba imivuzo ayanele.
According to Mr. Gcilichana in his statement, Chichi 1,
Sithatha i-statement esikamhlekazi uGcilityane esibekwe apha njengobungqina.
he has already stated there that as early as, according to him at least, the 22nd of November 2011, he at that stage intimated that there is a time bomb ticking related to the issues of the RDOs.
Usho kanjalo ke umhlekazi uGcilityane uthi phaya ngoNovember ka-2011 ibisicaca lento kuye okokuba emfondini kukho into elicici apha engabhadla ke ezawuqhabuka noma nini.
I've heard this statement.
Isivile so statement sakhe.
Do you agree with that assertion that around November 2011, NAM was aware of a ticking time bomb relating to the RDOs?
Uyavumelana naye apho esithi khona wabona kwelo xesha okokuba kukho into imeko ethize ekhona apha ngahle iqhambuke noma nini.
I think he was referring to the issue of taking the RDO from category A4 to 7, and the agreement in our agreement we're unable to reach that what they requested us to do. That was their mandate, and he was trying to say, if, as I understood him, he was trying to say, since the RDOs are not taken to group category 7, then that is a time bomb because they will be always sitting having a concern of their salary.
Yabona bethetha ngalesicelo sabo sokuba bakhushule kusuka ku4 A4 ukuya ku7 okokuba xa inganyanzelele lento ye-RDO ingahle ibe yinto ehleli phaya enokuqhabuka noma nini.
Will you agree with me that there were RDOs within NUM who wanted to be upgraded and who felt that the salary or remuneration they were received from the employer was not sufficient?
Uyavumelana nami okokuba yavela na apha okokuba imivuzo le ebayinikezwa yona phaya ayenelisi.
I agree.
Ewe ndiyavuma.
The plight of the RDOs was not a new thing within the NUM.
Ingxaki ibekade benazo aba be-RDOs kwakungeyona into entsha phaya kumbuthano andithi?
I agree.
Yavuma nawa.
You said to the chairperson, you told the RDOs in your meetings that there was an agreement with the employer and that no new demands could be made to the employer in respect of the RDOs. Do you recall that?
Yakhumbula usithi wena apha waxelela i-RDOs okokuba ebafondini kukho isivumelano esikhoyo ngoku asikwazi okokuba sifake esinye esi sisasebenza. Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
I recall.
Ewe.
What I want to know is that your own interpretation at the time? Was that your own interpretation at the time that NUM cannot move outside the agreement with the employer, the collective agreement? And was that the view held by NUM, the entire structure of the NUM, that once there is an agreement with the employer, it cannot be changed until the date when it has expired?
Mandibuze ngolu hlobo. Kwakuyindlela wawubona ngayo wena lo okokuba anikwazi ukuba nisebenze ngaphandle kwesivumelano esikhoyo ngoko kuside sifike ekugqibeleni noma kwakungumbono wawubona siso sonke istructure se-UDM NUM okokuba ngolu hlobo ibekwe ngayo lento asikwazi ukuba siphumele phandle kwayo?
That was my view.
Kwakuyindlela ndibona
It's
ngayo
according to your statement as the position of NUM. So it wasn't just your own view. And your understanding, it was the position of NUM itself. Is that right?
Xa sijonga istatement sakho Mfondini uthi apha yindlela i-NUM eyayibona ngayo lento kawutsho ngokokuba zezi kwakwezingcingo zakho nje kuphela.
You're correct.
Ewe uright mhle.
Thank you. To XX1, once more, in the statement of Mr. Gilichana, paragraph 33, he says, on the 20th and 31st July, Lonmin issued internal communications to its employees, stating that the management would not entertain any approaches from groupings of employees concerning wage increases, given the existing 2-year wage agreement.
Uthe umhlekazi uDilitshana kukho umbhalo wavela kumqashi wawujongiswe kubasebenzi wawutsho ngayo le ndlela okokuba akukho ndlela ekuyawusetyenzayo ngaphandle kokuba kujongwe isivumelwano esasikhona ngelo xesha phakathi komqeshi nabasebenzi bakhe.
I don't recall.
Andiyikhumbuli ke loo nto.
That's evidence that has been laid, that there has been such a communique. But what I want to know from you is that if there was such a communique, the way I read the communique, it says management would not entertain any approaches from groupings of employees and concerning wage increases. In fact, what I wanted to know, maybe you are not the correct person to answer that, maybe, or maybe the question is put to a wrong person, but was that the understanding, according to you, of Lonmin, that all Lonmin as well understood that you cannot go outside the agreement?
I don't know that you can ask the witness what Lonman understood. You can ask him about what he understood, insofar as it's relevant, but Lonman's understanding is something you can take up with the Lonman witnesses when they come.
Uthi umhlekazi xa kuwumbuzo ojongene noLonmin mawujongiswe kuLonmin ungabuzwa elingqini okuba liphendulele uLonmin ukuba ubecinga ntoni.
Exactly, Mr. Maybe the question was clumsily put. Basically,
Andithi ke lo mbuzo ndiwubuze ngale ndlela ebhetele.
what I want to know from you is that when you told the employees that the RTOs cannot renegotiate outside the agreement, are you aware of any interpretation, according to you at least, now that you say you shared it? Are you aware if Lonmin shared the same interpretation?
I was not aware.
Uyivile lento kokuba xa wena ube ucinga ngolo hlobo okokuba sikwazi ukuphuma sisebenze ngaphandle kwe-agreement okokuba neLonmin nayo yayimi kulawo ndawo okokuba sikwazi ukusebenza ngaphandle kwayo, andinalwazi.
Today, and after all the cross-examination by the chairperson and all the people, you still...
Chairpersons don't cross-examine, they ask questions. I'd like you to withdraw that. Council asks questions.
I'm sorry, I withdraw that. But after the cross-examination...
Chairperson akabuza imbuzo ekanisi ucacisa nje izinto ezithize ezingavakali kakuhle.
After the cross-examination today that you've gone through and the clarifications that you had to give to the chairperson,
Ngokuba ubuzo imibuzo ngabameli abaninzi ke nengcazelo yawazinikeza apha.
After you yourself, over the time, had a reflection, do you still share the view that you could not, or NUM could not, at that stage, negotiate with the employer outside the agreement? Is that what you'd still tell the employees today if you are asked the same question?
Xa ungabuza lo mbuzo ke namhlanje mfokabawo. Emva kokuba uve zonke lezinto nemibuzo sekwayibuza uphendula apha. Xa ungabuza ukuba ngabasebenzi usenokutsho lo nto kuba hayi bafondini kukho isivumelwano esimile ngoku asikwazi okokuba siphumele ngaphandle kwaso.
I won't say that again, but the only thing that I will say, however, I've said that, but I've accommodated you to bring forward your concerns and your demands so that they can be addressed.
Andinawutsho leyo nto ndizawuthi kubo noma kunjalo bona banegunya lokuba bazise imfuno zabo kuthi kube sithi esiyojongana nomqashi.
In view of your response, do you agree with me that when RDOs were told that they cannot, NUM cannot negotiate outside the agreement and that they would have to wait for 2013, that information given by NUM and yourself to the employees was incorrect?
Uyavuma ke namhlanje kokuba xa unisiya nina kubasebenzi nibaxelela ukuba jongani apha asikwazi ukuba sifake ezinye imfuno ngoku ngoba kusekho isivumelwano esibekiwe masimele sona size sifike ekugqibeleni ngo2013 beyingeyona inyani leyo benibaxela yona.
I don't think, Chairperson, I've stated the issue of 2013.
Andizange ndithethe into ka2013 mhlekazi.
I've said they must bring forward their demand so that we can engage with management.
Ndathi mina kubo beze ngaphambili nemfuno zabo sizokwazi ukuba sizigqithisele ku-management.
You told the employees, the RTOs, that they cannot negotiate outside the agreement.
Wathi wena kubo mfondini kukho i-agreement ekhona abakwazi okokuba basebenze ngaphandle kwalo agreement andithi?
I agree, however, it's not the end of my statement.
Ewe ndiyavuma apho kodwa ngigqibelanga apho kwi-statement sam.
And the other thing, Chairperson, if you may allow me.
Enye into ke mhlekazi Chairperson xa ungandivumela oku.
The meeting of the RDOs at Western Platte in front of the stadium was not their first meeting.
Leya meeting yayibanjwe zi-RDOs phaya phambi kwe-stadium Western Platte kwakungasi meeting yabo yokuqa.
If you can look back, you'll see that they've already engaged with management in the absence of the union.
Xa ubuphinda umva yakwazi ukubona uba babe sebakaba nentetho nabaqashi ngaphandle kwe-unions zabo.
And the other thing I would like to also highlight that I'm the chairperson of Western Platte.
Enye into endithanda ukuyichaza kokuba mna ndingu-chairperson wase-Western Platte nje qha.
So, and again to highlight that we are 4 branches at at Lonmin.
Manditsho kokokuba phaya singamasebe amane kwaLonmin.
So some other questions of other branches, we are equal in terms of our protocol with other chairpersons of their branches.
Siyalingana ke njenge-chairmans apha kumasebe ahlukile bana malungelo alingana nawam.
So some other questions become difficult to me to respond on behalf of other chairpersons of the branches.
Kuba nzima ke noko kokuba ndiphendule imibuzo ebekade yenzeka kwamanye engaphendula ngamanye amasebe.
So Western Platte was the first time the people hold a mass meeting there.
Kwakuqala kokuba phaya Western Platte kubekho i-meeting yayibanjiwe.
I understand your lengthy answer, and if you could please restrict yourself to the questions that I put.
Le mbuzo yakho emininzi uthi xa ungayeka nje okokuba utsibele phaya uzele nale uphendule nje imibuzo mfokaba.
The question is, when
Uzo
you told
ilolandelayo.
the RDOs that they cannot, NUM cannot negotiate outside the agreement, that was wrong.
That question is wrong with respect, Mr. Chair. My learned friend formulates badly. That's why the witness is struggling. It's
Uthi
incorrect to
umhlekazi lo
suggest.
mbuzo ubuzwe ngendlela engeyiyo yiko nje nengqina liphendula into engeyiyo.
It's incorrect to suggest that they couldn't negotiate outside the agreement and that that's wrong. Of course, they cannot negotiate outside the agreement. I think what my learned friend wants to ask is, should they not have negotiated inside the agreement but made use of the non-variation clause and changed that? The witness has never suggested what my learned friend says. The witness was taken to task because he had suggested that it would be in breach of the agreement for the RDOs to make a demand. And he's quite fairly conceded that that was wrong. But the difficulty arises from the question, not from the answer.
Uthi ke umbuzo uye wawuphendula umfokabawo lo wavuma okokuba ubenze impazamo phaya xa esithi bebangakwazi okokuba babe nentetho. Bebangaba nayo intetho ekwazi ukuguqula njengoba kukhona pha esivumelaneni enye into xa kukho imeko enyanzelisayo. Kodwa ke lo mbuzo ovela kule ndoda kawusiqondanga ngqo.
I'll rephrase the question.
Iza kubuza ngolu hlobo ke lo mbuzo.
When the RDOs approached you and NUM for an increased wage, to ask the employer to increase the
Mr. Chair.
salary.
Correct that they ever approached NUM for an increased wage. That's not correct. The whole tenor of the evidence is that they were paddling their own canoe and they didn't want any assistance from the union. So I don't think the way you're formulating the question is correct. There's going to be an objection from Mr. Tipp. What's your objection, Mr. Tipp?
It was precisely that, Mr. Chair, and I just wanted to add also that there is a repeated refrain in the questions that are being put.
No, that's not an objection, though. You make a speech.
No, it's an objectionable refrain. My learned
Well,
friend...
when the refrain comes again, you can object then, but you're
It's
objecting
part,
now
of
to
the,
a
it's
specific
part
question.
of the proposition, Mr. Chair. He is saying when NUM addressed the RDOs, and that conveys the impression that there was a distinct meeting of the RDOs that NUM addressed, and that is not the position. There were mass meetings at which information was conveyed about the position of the RDOs, and it should be put precisely with respect.
At which RDOs were present.
At which
but
RDOs were
not
present.
Solely, the people present were not solely RDOs.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Right. I think those 2 points are correct, so I think you must
Yeah,
go back to the
ngoba
drawing
ndibona
board and
is-
reformulate your question correctly.
Izibani zivela
thanks,
ziba
Chairperson.
zininzi nje. Into ibithethwa apha okokuba imibuzo mayibuze iqonde kakuhle ngoba uye wathi umhlekazi lona kwabanjwa ingqungquthela apho kwakukhona amalungu e-UNM NUM kungeyona intlanganiso ye-NUM yodwa.
Let me refer you to paragraph 4, which you have already clarified to the chairperson of your statement.
Masize ku paragraph 4 westatement esesakho.
In that you say the issue of this demand by the RDOs was discussed at various meetings by NUM branches in Lonmin.
Uthi ke apha ngokucacileko indaba ye-demands ze-RDO yaxoxwa kaninzi kwi-meeting ze-NUM kumasebe azo eLonmin.
NUM's position was consistently put forward at these meetings, namely that the wages of RDOs was covered in the 2-year collective agreement that had been concluded in December 2011, that it was a breach of these RDOs for the demand to raise fresh wage demands during the term of that agreement, and that NUM was opposed to unprotected and hence illegal strike action.
Apha ke ubeka ngokucacileyo kokuba nathi ke kwezo zinhlanganiso nayibeka ngokucacileyo indlela i-NUM eyibona ngayo lento. Okokuba kukho isivumelwano seminyaka emibili esisisibopho esenziwe ngoDisemba ka-2011 ngako ke kuyawuba kukwenqa imiqathango yeso sivumelwano ukuveza ii-demands ezintsha ngoku naphinde natsho kokokuba inum ixhasene ke nestrike esingekho emthethweni.
Will I be correct in interpreting this paragraph in your statement to say that what you are conveying to the RDOs was that it was not possible to reapproach the employer for negotiation? Am I correct? Or if I'm not correct, how do you, and what meaning should I place to this?
Mandibeke ngolo hlobo ke okokuba xa ndiyifundisisa kakuhle lento naniyibeka ngokucacileyo kwi RDO sokokuba akukho ndlela eningakwazi ukuxoxisana ngayo nomqashi ngalento ngoba kubekwe apha phansi.
That is incorrect.
Ayikho ngolo hlobo lento.
What you were then asked by Mr. Msimang was, if it was incorrect, what was the correct interpretation of what you said? I think that was the second half of his question, which you haven't answered yet.
Uzo wakhe wesibini ka uphendulanga uthi ka kunjalo. Uthi ke umusi xa bengukungenjalo ke inyanzo beyiphi ngokuba nitheni kubo aba bantu.
The truth was that the agreement should be, we can amend the agreement and provided they bring forward their demand.
Inyanso ukuthi besingaguqulwa ke esisivumelano kodwa ke nje xa bona bangeza phambili nemfuno zabo ezintsha.
I wonder if you'll be able to answer this, and I'm trying to constrain myself.
Andazokwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo mfowethu ndizama ukuthi ndizinqande kancinci.
If the RDOs were consistently told that it's not possible to revisit the agreement, and if they believe that, then it would mean that going through the structures of NUM would not assist. Would you agree with me?
Uyawuvumelana nami mfokaba okokuba xa le ntetho nayibeka ngolu hlobo kwi RDO zayikholwa loo nto eniyithethayo. Ebangeke baloku beza kuni bazoveza imfuno zabo kuwoma somaxelela ukuba into engenokwenzeka le.
I think before I can come to your answer, I would like to advise one thing. That's
ngokuba ndiphendule umbuzo wakho mhlekazi thanda ukuba ndicebise ngolu hlobo.
There were several meetings held by the RDOs at Karia before the 9th of August.
Mandithi kwaba khona inhlangano ezazininzi zabanjwa yi-RDO phambi komhla ka-9 ku-August.
Where they even approached management at their units.
Baze baya bayobonana ne-management phaya eKaria.
So it's before I can even address the meeting at Western Platz on the 11th, on the 10th and the 11th.
Loo nto yenzeka ngaphambi kokuba ke ndithethe nabasebenzi ngomhla ka-11 phaya kule ntlanganiso.
So you can see that
ungekuba imphumela yalento izaba mbi noko.
Correct.
Ewe.
Will you agree with me that the RTOs referred to in this paragraph are RTOs that belong to NUM?
Uyavuma kokuba i-RDOs esesithetha ngazo apha zii-RDOs ngamalungu enum.
I don't agree because the mass meetings are attended by everybody.
Hayi andivumi ngoba ingqungquthela njengaleyo noma ngawubani uyeza kuyo.
Would you agree that there would have been some non-RTOs that would have taken that stance?
Uyavuma kokuba bekuzawubakho ii-RDOs enum ebezizawuba nalo mbono walo mntu lo.
It may be possible.
Oko kungenzeka.
If I may refer you to the statement of Deligina on the same subject, because it also says a report back meeting had been arranged for the 8th August 2012 at 1600 hours.
Andithetheke ngentetho kaMhlekazi uGqilityana apho naye ephinda khona lento kokuba kwabekwa
38
i-report
page
back
11.
meeting nge-8 kaDisemba ngo-4. Nge-8 zika-August ngo-4 emva kwetini.
Did the chairperson say anything?
I said paragraph 38, page 11.
Thanks, chairperson.
Usibekela ipage phaya umgcini ngaphambili apho kuthetha khona uGqilityana.
The convener thereof was the late Mr. Daluvuyo Bongo,
Nayo ibeka ngolo hlobo kokuba yayibizwe ngongasekhoyo ngoku uMhlekazi uDaluvuyo Bongo.
At that stage, it was clear to NUM that there was an imminent prospect of an unprotected strike.
Uthi ke uGqilityana xa kuthethwa apha kwabonakala kamhlophe kokuba apha kuyobakho istrike esingekho emthethweni.
The opportunity was taken at this meeting to caution RTOs against action of that sort and to warn them of the dangers thereof.
Uthi ke apha babona kokuba mabayelelisa babantu kokuba xa ningathatha igxathu elinjengelo bafondini into engahle yenzeke yile ukulahlekelwa kwemsebenzi nokunye okungenzeka. Kunjalo.
Correct. The workers were talking amongst themselves, were commenting against the RTOs who want to go for strike.
Ewe nabasebenzi babethetha babodwa ngalento ye-RDOs ezifuna ukuqhankqalaza.
Actually, according to my knowledge, they were not talking about a strike. They've said they will go on their own.
Babengathethi ngestrike ngelo xesha babethi bazazuyela bona ku-management.
And the others showed them what is the correct way to take.
Abanye ke bebaxelela okokuba indlela ekuyiyo ekufanele ithathwe eyiphi.
That statement refers to two emails between, it says, between Mr. Bongo and Larry Dietrich.
Kukho emails ezimbili phaya eziphakathi kukaMhlekazi uBongo noDietrich.
In fact, there are 3 emails at page 71, 72, and 73. Unfortunately, I do not have page 73.
Enyanisweni zintathu kukho le ku-page 73.
You don't need
endingenayo
page
phaya kum.
73 because page 73 contains an email which was sent on. I beg your pardon. I was wrong. Page 73 contains an email.
Chairperson,
which
excuse me, Chairperson.
Yeah.
In fact, it's 72. If I can read that of 72, I've got 71 and 73.
Iphethe apha kum 71 no-73 u-72 endingenayo.
Two, as I see, doesn't help. 72 contains a request for the mass meeting from the branch committee. That's at the footer page 72. That's an email sent on the 2nd of August. Then there's an email on the 6th of August, at the same page, approving the meeting. And then on 71, there is an email sent at 7:40 p.m. on the 8th of August by Mr. Bongo to Mr. Trollop, Mr. Haman, and Mr. Dietrich, saying mass meeting went peaceful, attendance was very good, we educated the RDOs and showed us, it's supposed to be, the danger they will achieve in their wrongdoing. Some NUM members advised them as well, And that email is repeated on page 73. I think those are the relevant emails, aren't they?
Emails ezathetha ngazo umhlekazi, emails ezaziphakathi kuka umhlekazi uVudala uBhungovoyo no Dietrich apho kwakusisicelo sokubanjwe i-meeting ne-report okokuba i-meeting eyabanjwa yonke into ihambe kakuhle nokuthi baye babaxelela abasebenzi okokuba yintoni engahle iyenzeke xa bangathatha eli gxathu lingahambisani
And that's
nomthetho.
followed on page 73 by an email from Mr. Haman to Mr. Bongo, sent
Kubakho.
at 8:13 p.m. on the 8th of August, saying, thanks, Daluvoyo, for the feedback. I think it should be they understand and can get back to adding value at the shaft. The rumor is they will not be at work tomorrow. Hope your influence is effective. And then there's something else which is presently relevant. Those are the relevant emails, aren't they?
That's correct, Chairperson.
But now I've read them, it's clear what they're about. I suggest we take the tea adjournment at this point, and you can return to the charge, if that's the right word, after the
Izawuthi
adjournment.
ke siphume kancinci ngoku emva kwe-emails ezifundiwe sibuye emva kwexeshana.
singameni kinya bayangena commission. Sesiqalisa ngoku bayangena commissioner.
The commission resumes. You're still under oath. Ms. Msimang, are you ready now to ask your question based on the emails we looked at before the adjournment?
Thanks, Mr. Chairperson. I am ready. Do you agree with me that on the 8th of August, NUM was aware that there may be an imminent strike by the members, by the RTOs?
Uvumela nami ukubana nge-8 ya ka-August amalungu i-NUM bisazi intoba kukho oluqhankqalazo lungenziwa kanye lungangenelwa zi-RTO.
We got that rumors.
Siwavile lo magelawe.
Do you also agree with me that NUM tried to dissuade the members at the meeting not to go onto an unprotected strike?
Uvumela nami kwakhona na into yokuba kwintlanganiso inomizamile ukubongoza amalungu ayo into yokuba angangeneli uqhankqalazo lungakho semthethweni.
Correct.
Ewe njalo.
In fact, it went further than that. The email of the 8th to Mr. Diedrich by Bongo Talufoyo actually assured Lonmin that to use the words to be precise, that we educated the RDOs and showed the danger they will achieve in their wrongdoing.
Xana ke ungudijongisa kanye ndikubhekisa phaa kula email yange-8 ka-August le uBongo Taluvuyo wayibhalela ke ngoku uMr. Dibricht wathi kuye ndiyakuqinisekisa into yokuba asibafundisile abantu be-RTO into yoba bangazongenela olo qhankqalazo njalo.
I agree.
Ndiyavumelana nawe.
At that stage, at least, the NUM should have followed the other avenues which appear in terms of the agreement as was pursued by Mr. Semenya, that they could have approached. I don't want to take you through that. At that stage, at least the NUM could have done something.
Ngela xesha okanye la thuba ke kulapho i-NUM kwakufuneke ilandele enye indlela okanye izenye indlela ezawusombulula ngayo njengoba beke wayithi tsuphe naye usenior counsel uSimenya.
I think the issue of education is one of those routes.
Ndicimba ke ngoku lo mba wokufundisa ngomnye wezo ndlela zisetyenziswayo okanye zilandelwayo.
Will I be correct in my mind, in view of all the events up until the 16th, particularly where the NUM, through its various officials, would say we don't have members at the mountains there. Would I be correct in my assumption that the NUM was in denial about the plight of these RDOs?
Ngoku ke uvumelana nami into yokuba njengoba yayikade igxininisa yona i-NUM into yokuba bona abanamalungu abo ahleli phaa entabeni, ngamanye amazwi babengafuni ukuthi bamkele lento yenzeka yayichaphazela i-RDO.
I don't remember NUM saying its members is not at the mountain.
Andikhumbuli ke mna inum isithi amalungu ayo awekho phaya entabeni.
If that was said by NUM, would you agree that the NUM was washing its hands from the RDOs?
Ukuba ke yayithethe into enjalo i-NUM, uvumelana nami into yokuba ngamanye amazwi i-NUM ngokwemiba ye-RDO yona i-NUM yayivasa izandla zayo okanye ihlamba izandla zayo ngelaa xesha?
I may agree or saying, as I'm not quite sure that they did that, I can't say they were washing their hands.
Bendingatsho ke into yokuba ndiyavumelana kodwa ke ngengoba ndingakavi kanye ngayazi loo nto leyo andinawuthi bebehlamba izandla zabo.
I'll move on. I see your statements, including that one of Mr. Gilichin. You talk about the 8th, and the next paragraph you move on to the 9th, to the 10th. Where were you on the 9th, and what happened on the 9th?
The 9th was a public holiday, you remember?
Yes, indeed, but there were activities. Mr. Chairperson.
Ndiye ndabona ke kwintetho yenzileyo kwi-statement sakho kwakunye nakwi-statement sakamnumzana uGcilitshane nithetha ngesahlakalo okanye into ezenzeke ngomhla wesi-8 okanye nge-8 kwakunye nangomhla we-10 i-10 ngolwasemzini. Nge-9 ke khawutsho wawuphi?
I think in the early hours I was at home.
Ndicimba ke ngoku kusesekuseni ngoko ndandisendlini ekhaya.
Do you know what happened? Were there any activities on the 9th? And what were those activities?
Uyazi into yoba izintoni ezenzeka nge-9 nokuba ezo nto zenzekayo zintoni?
If I can recall, I was at home on the 9th.
Ukuba ndikhumbula kakuhle ke ndandisekhaya ngomhla we-9.
Was there a meeting by the RDOs on the 9th?
Kukhe kwabakho intlanganiso ebanjwe zi-RDO nge-9?
Yes, I was told.
Ewe ndayixelelwa loo nto.
Would you have you also been told where was the meeting and what was discussed?
Ms. Mangus, it's going to help us. We've already got the logbook, which has been put before us as part of XX2, page 21, which tells us that the RDOs gathered at 10 o'clock in front of the Vonderkorp Stadium. At least 300 workers gathered. The group eventually dispersed peacefully, and the information was the workers will not report for duty tomorrow, and that by 7 o'clock they will march to the LPD. SAPS informed. All stakeholders informed of this information. Now that's basically what happened. He wasn't there. He says he was at home. So is there any point in asking him about what he heard? I mean, those are the basic facts. They are before the Commission. I don't know that he can throw any light on what happened on the 9th. So are you not wasting time now?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku kuyabuza into yobana ke ngoku uCouncillor Msimanga akachithi ixesha ngoba kuthiwa ile nto biseyichaziwe nalapha kule commission into yoba ngomhla we-10 abantu babedibene ngase-Vonderkorp Stadium apho yayiphantse abantu abangama-300 bedibene abaye bathi emva kwentlanganiso baphinde kakhona bahlukana kodwa ke isigqibo sabo into yokuba bathi ngengomso ababuyeli emsebenzini kodwa bazawubamba umngcelele bejongise kwi-LPD.
Thanks, Mr. Chairperson. Thanks for putting on record what actually happened. The question then is, if on the 9th there was a meeting and the RDOs in that meeting have decided that they would not be going to work tomorrow, doesn't that tell you that the RDOs have decided that they are going to strike officially?
ukuba ke ngokwakho le ntlanganiso yayibanjiwe apho ke ngoku i-RDO zaye zathatha isigqibo into yoba bazawungenela uqhankqalazo. Loo nto ayitsho kuwe na into yokuba bona ke bavumelana ngamxhelomnye into yokubana bazawungenela ke ngoku uqhankqalazo olu ngokusesikweni?
I think the decision for them to make a strike was depending on the response of the management on the 10th.
Ndicinga uba into yokubana ke ngoku into eyenza into yoba bangenele olo qhankqalazo yaxhomekeka kwisigqibo esathathwa ngabaphathi ngomhla weshumi.
I won't pursue that any further. On the 10th, it appears that the RDOs did not go to work and officially there was a strike. Would you agree with me?
Kuyabonakala ke into yokuba ngomhla weshumi i-RDO zazi ingenele ke uqhankqalazo. Loo nto iyabonisa ngokwenene into yokuba kwakho uqhankqalazo. Uvumelana nam kuloo nto leyo?
Correct.
Ewe.
What did NAM do immediately in the morning when they knew that there was strike officially taking place?
Yaye yenza ntoni ke ngoku nom kubeni vile into yokubana kukho olu qhankqalazo ke ngoku abantu bangele lona ngaloo ntseni, ngaloo ntsasa.
Our branch requested a mass meeting with workers at C2.
At C2.
Yeah.
Ke ngoku isebe laye lacela kubekho intlanganiso enkulu C2.
And you do know, of course, that the workers did march to the offices of the employer.
Uyayazi nokubana abasebenzi baye babamncelele bejongise kwi-ofisi zomqeshi.
Correct.
Kunjalo.
Where were you then?
Wena ke ngoko wawuphi ngelo xesha?
It was a working day. I was in the NOM offices, the branch offices.
Imini ke yokusebenza leyo kusetyenzwa ngayo ngelo xesha ke ndandikuyi office NUM zenum.
Did the employer contact any of the NAM officials to say that there are people on strike that you know of?
Umqeshi ke wake wazama ukuba nodliwano ndlebe na okanye waqhagamshelana nelum efuna ukwazi into yoba kukho abantu babo okanye abantu babo abangenele uqhankqalazo na?
I don't recall.
Andikhumbuli.
It's the other way around, really, isn't it? If you read the statement, which is already confirmed, we don't have to go through it in detail, he received information that there was going to be a strike, that they'd marched to the main offices of London, and he then informed Mr. Dietrich about that at his meeting at 1 o'clock. So, does the point that you've now sought to raise take the matter any further?
Kuyachazwa ke nalapha into yokuba kwenzeka khona la ku-statement loo nto le yokuba wayesevile into yokubana kuzabakho uqhankqalazo awaye wathi yena emva kwexesha ngomcimbi yokuqala wakudibana kunye nomnumzana uDietrich lowo.
Do you know what happened when the workers, did they speak to the employer, the workers, do you know?
Unolwazi na lokuba abasebenzi baye bathetha na nomqeshi?
I heard that they've approached the employer. However, I don't know exactly how their mass meeting was addressed.
Ndiyazi into yoba ke ngokuba ye banodliwano ndlebe kunye nomqeshi kodwa ke andiyazi nokuba yahlelwa njani okanye yachotshelwa njani intlanganiso yabo.
So you wouldn't know if the employer addressed or spoke to the employees at all or not?
Awunalo ulwazi into yokuba umqeshi waye wathetha kunye nabasebenzi na?
I don't have that knowledge, but according to me, I think they did.
Andinalo ulwazi kodwa ke ngokwami ucinga ndicinga ba into yokuba yenzeka loo nto leyo. Bayenza loo nto.
Your indulgence, Chair, with the question I want to put, because I don't have that statement. if there's an objection, I won't ask the question. That the employer in fact refused to address the employees on the basis that they should it will talk to them through the unions.
Ulwazi analo ke ngokuba yena ke ngoku umqeshi waye wala ukuthetha nabasebenzi.
Witness know this. If the witness doesn't know, what's the point of asking the question? At best for you, he may give you some hearsay evidence on it, but surely we're going to get direct evidence in due course from Lonman and some of the workers themselves who were involved, and then that will be far better and more valuable, won't it?
Then I'll leave it like that, Chairperson. That would conclude the events of what happened on the 10th. Your statement, you go on to say what happened on the 11th. You state that on the 11th,
Tim, what he said, we've heard it when he gave it. We have the statement in front of us. The people in the auditorium have heard it as well. Just cut to the chase, deal with the points on the 11th that are relevant.
I'm cutting to the chase, Chairperson. On the 11th, NAM received a report that the RTOs were going to approaching the office and they were armed. I just want your indulgence, Chairperson, I know I've seen it somewhere, that they were approaching the office and they were armed. They were actually approached by a security official. That's what?
Teen of his statement.
Kuyatshiwo ke ngoku apha into kubana ngomhla ke ngoku weshumi elinanye kuye abenom bafumana ingxelo yokuba abantu babamngcelele baya kwezo office zabo kwaye ngelo xesha babexhobile.
You're correct.
Kunjalo. Did you see any of these employees that were armed? Or did you see any weapons?
Kwaba basebenzi ke kanye abantu bebebambe bengenilo mngcelele uke wabona izixhobo kubo kanye uke wabona wakhe wabona wena na izixhobo abaziphethe kanye ngobana babephethe izixhobo?
I didn't see those people.
Zange ndibabone abo bantu.
You go on to say that on paragraph...
We know what he went on to say. Just ask him a question about it if it's relevant for your case.
That, in fact, the weapons that you've seen were at the NAM offices.
Uthi izixhobo ozibonileyo phofu ke zazi kwi-ofisi zenum.
You're correct.
Kunjalo.
Were these weapons used by NAM members?
Ezi zixhobo ke zazisetyenziswa ngamalungu enum?
I think they were they were on their possession because they were in our offices.
Whether you know whether these weapons were used by the NUM members.
I was not aware.
Bendi xa kubuzwa ukuba benolwazi into ba ezi zixhobo besetyenziswa ngamalungu enum na uthi yena bengenalwazi ngaloo nto leyo.
You testified that there were shots that were fired by members of NUM.
Testified he was told there were shots, he didn't hear them himself, am I correct?
You're correct, sir.
This is hearsay again. I mean, I don't know what the point of traversing the hearsay is. Presumably, there'll be direct evidence, I hope, dealing with these matters. I mean, what's the point of asking, getting hearsay from him?
The point I'm asking is that from the cross-examination of Mr. Semenya, you testify that you may be aware of people who may have used those firearms.
Othi ubuza lo mbuzo lowo noba ke kuthiwe le nto leyo bizinto ozive ngempukane ezilihlaza kodwa ke uthe wena uyawazi amagama wabantu abo babexhobile ngelo xesha ububuzwa umbuzo ngumhlekazi uSimenya injalo loo nto?
I was responding on the issue of shots fire.
Bendiphendula ke ngoku ngeli xesha bekuthethwa ngokudubula.
This is evidence to be that he'd been told about it, was presumably told, or may well have been told, the names of the persons who fired shots. He was unwilling to give their names in public because he's afraid they might have the same fate as Mr. Bongo.
Uye wachaza ke apha umnumzana ingqinela unike ubungqina doba khangafuna ukuthi achaza amagama abo bantu abo ngoba uloyiko lakhe intoba lanto yenzeke kumnumzana uBongo Daluvuyo ingenzeka kwabo bantu nabo.
There were 2 case dockets opened in Marikana. Would you volunteer whatever information you have to the police?
Kuthiwa
Going to help us to answer the questions that we have to determine for the purposes of our work as a commission. Whether he's going to give information to the police, how does that take our work any further?
I'll leave that one, Chairperson. You also testified that on the 10th, I forgot, I missed that one, you actually were given a kumbi by Lonmin management and you were ferrying employees to and from the shafts.
go uye wathi kwakhona bangomhla weshumi nge10 nani kwake ikhumbi Lonmin abaphathi bakhona into banikwazi ukuthutha abantu nibase emigodini kanye kushaft.
That's incorrect.
Ayinjalo lonto.
So you never ferried employees to various shafts on the 10th?
Zange ke nithuthe kanye nisabantu ku shaft ezahlukeneyo ngalo mhla lowo.
We did.
Sayenza lonto.
It was to and from. The statement that he made, which is confirmed, says to, in effect.
Into uthi ka ku ingxaki yengqina usihlalo into kuba kuthiwa benisa ababantu niphinde niyobalanda kakhona.
At what stage on the 10th did you engage management or were you given by that vehicle by management at all or?
Le nqwelelo yona inikwa
He
ngabaphathi
doesn't
na.
say that in his statement. What he says is they had this vehicle, which was not owned by NUM, but had been made available to them by Lonmin, for which he was responsible, which could only be used for bona fide NUM business. I didn't understand him to say it was given to them on the 10th, was I correct? It is a long-standing arrangement whereby, in terms of which Lonmin made the vehicle available. Is that correct?
You're correct, sir.
Injalo ke lonto le nangona kuthiwa le khumbi lena yayingasiye nomkodwa yayikhumbi yase Lonmin yanikezelwa yiLonmin ndoba abantu bakwazi ukuthi bathuthwe ngayo phansi kwezizathu ezithile kanye imibandela ethile.
That will be all, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Mang. Mr. Berger, do you want to cross-examine?
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else who wishes to cross-examine? Re-examination, Mr. Tip?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few points. Mr. Settle-Elliott, just in relation to the the proposition that was put to you that there was an exhibit which showed that the majority of people who were on the copy on the 16th of August were NUM members. You were asked 1 or 2 questions about that, and it wasn't made clear to you. I just wanted to make it clear to you that that exhibit is a list that had been prepared by Lonmin of persons, of RDOs who were absent for whatever reason from service. Do you follow?
Uye wabuza umbuzo ngoba kuthwe kuwe abantu babesentabeni ngamhla we16 uninzi lwabo yayingabantu benum. Uthi lonto ke ngufuna icace cha apha ngokuba lonkcazelo kanye longxelo ivela kwinum kwilonmin kwaye bachaza amanani babebhala amanani RDO ezingazanga emsebenzini ngela xesha. Uyacacelwa kanye uyayiva lonto leyo?
Correct, I'm listening.
Ewe nimamele.
And that schedule also records what Lonmin's records were at a particular time of who was registered as being a NUM member, who was a AMCU member, and who was neither?
Lo nkcazelo yabo kanye lo ngxelo yabo ke iyachaza ke ngokubhaliwe kurekhodiwe phando nexesha kwaye kubhaliwe into yokuba ngubani olilungu leyiphi i-union omnye mhlawumbi uyinum okanye uyi-AMCU okanye ngowuphi ongelilungu lemanyano yabasebenzi. Uyayiva loo nto leyo?
I just want to
Individual.
ask you one or two questions. I just want to inform the Chair and the Commissioners that we are in the process of analysing that list in conjunction with other sources in order to produce a more, what will hopefully be a more useful picture. But I just want to take up and clarify with you one or two things that you said in relation to those questions. You said that during this period some NUM members had gone home. Do you recall that?
Uyakhumbula ke ngokubuzwa usithi wena ngela thuba kanye ngela xesha kukho amalungu enuma ayegudukile emakhaya uthi impendulo ndiyayikhumbula loo nto leyo.
And when you said home in that context, were you referring to Marikana or the Inkeneng settlement, or were you referring to places like Lusiki and Flagstaff?
Ngoku wawusithi babeye makwabo kanye begodukile ngela xesha wawubhekisa kanye wawuthetha ngeMarikana kundawo abahlala kuzo eMarikana okanye babebuyele eLusikisiki naseFlagstaff?
Most of them, the others have went home in Eastern Cape and the others in Polokwane, if I remember.
Abaninzi kubo ke babegodukile abanye bebuyele eMpumalanga Koloni abanye ke bebuyele ePolokwane ukuba ndisakhumbula.
As far as they were not around Rustenburg, most of them.
Ngokuba nje bechazile uninzi lwabo abanye abaninzi kubo babengekho lapha ke kule ingingqi kanye kule ndawo yaseRustenburg.
Is that something in your experience that that miners and other employees who work on the mine do at times of strife in order to maintain their own safety?
Into evamisile okanye into eqhelekileyo ukwenzeka xa uqhankqalazo ukwenzela into yokuba bona abantu basebenza emgodini bakwazi nabo ukuthi babe nokhuseleko.
You're correct.
Uqinisile.
And you've you've said to the Commission already that some of the NUM members, NUM members and other employees were unable to get to work, were unable to report, correct?
Uteke ngoku abanye ke ngoku abantu abanye ababengabanye angamalungu enomkwa kunye nabanye babengakwazi ukuthi baye emsebenzini injalo loo nto.
You're correct.
Ewe uqinisile.
Those persons would have been recorded on that list by Lonman as being absent. Does that mean that they would necessarily have been on strike or at the copy?
Ukuba ke ngoku bebebhaliswe nomba abazanga msebenzi loo nto bizawuthetha na loo nto ngamanye amazwi into yoba abantu abo bazibandakanye kunye noqhankqalazo okanye bahleli kwikopi na?
No.
Hayi.
And the second topic, you've been asked a number of questions around the theme of negotiation by NUM on behalf of the RDOs, and a number of questions were put to you querying why NUM had not done that, and your attention was drawn to the fact that a peace accord and an addendum to the collective agreement had been concluded in the course of September 2012. You recall all those questions?
Uye wabuzwa ke imibuzo emininzi nge-RDO nangesivumelwano esasikhona ngelo xesha nokutyikitywa ke ngoku kwesivumelwano esisoxolo. Usakhumbula le nto leyo nesivumelwano esisoxolo kwakuthiwa satyikitywa sona ngoSeptemba. Usayikhumbula loo mibuzo leyo?
I recall.
Ndiyayikhumbula.
I just want to take you first of all to the peace accord, which was signed on by those who signed it on the 5th of September 2012, and the page I want to refer you to particularly is page 89 of Exhibit XX2.
Ndifuna ke ngoku kujonge kwesi sivumelwano soxolo kwangenwa kuso ngamxhelomnye senzeka ngomhla we-5 kaSeptemba. Ikhona ke ibhalwe apha kuphepha u-89.
You have that?
Yes, I got it.
Ewe ndifumene.
And you will see that paragraph 1 sets out the various stakeholders who had an interest in endorsing an environment of social harmony and peace. You have that paragraph?
Uyayibona ke lo paragraph apho kuthiwa ke ngoku ababandekanyekayo abanemidla umdla ngendlela ezahlukeneyo baye baba nendibano yokubana kubekho inzolo ucwangco kunye noxolo. Uyayibona loo nto leyo?
Yes, I can see it.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Paragraph 1.1.1 stipulates that one of the stakeholders thus defined was the delegation of the striking employees, which was referred to as the delegation.
Omnye ento sibonayo babekhona bethatha inxaxheba phayana njengoba kubhaliwe ku 1.1.1 yayingabathunywa kanye abamele abasebenzi ababeqhankqalazo. Uyayibona loo nto leyo?
Yes, I can see it.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
And below that is NUM and other unions, Solidarity, UWASA, AMCU, and then Lonman, the employer. You see all that?
Kwakhona uyabona ezantsi kwazo mos kukho neNUM neminye imibutho yemanyano zabasebenzi kunye neLonmin. Uyayibona yonke loo nto leyo?
Yes, I can see it.
Ewe ndiyazibona zonke ezi zinto.
Although, for whatever reason, that delegation didn't see fit to sign the peace accord on that day, it is apparent, is it not?
And neither did AMCU, as appears on page 91.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Ngona ke ngoku kuthiwa aba bantu aba babemela abasebenzi ne-AMCU babengaboni kuyimfuneko okanye zange bafune ukuthi batyikitye eso sivumelwano soxolo. Kuthiwa ibhaliwe ke kuphepha 91 loo nto leyo.
It is clear from that definition of the stakeholders that the delegation of the striking employees was there as a distinct entity. Do you agree?
Iyabonakala ke intoba kubakho nokubandakanyeka kwaba bantu bathunywa bamelwe abasebenzi yayingabantu nje ebingathi bona bame ngindlela yabo yahlukeneyo. Uvumelana nto leyo?
I agree.
Yavumelana nto leyo.
Then I want to take you to the addendum which was signed on the 18th of September by all parties. And if you look first of all at page 92 of that bundle, XX2.
Ba singaya ke ngokule addendum yathi amalungu okanye amaqala amaninzi aye ayityikitya uba sijongile ke ngoku yenzeka loo nto kumhla we-18 kaSeptemba. Uyayibona?
Correct, I can see it.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
And you will see there that it describes itself, of course, as being an addendum to the Category 3 to Category 9 substantive wage agreement concluded in October 2011. And then it sets out the parties between Lonman, I'll just abbreviate so that we move on, between Lonman, and then you'll see that there's a grouping of unions which are described all together, that is NUM, UWASA, Solidarity, and AMCU. They're all described as the unions. You see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Uyabona ke nalapho apho kwathi ke ngoku amaqela ahlukeneyo abakhona ngaphezulu kubhalwe iLonmin kunye namanye ke ngoku amaqela ebutho zemanyano ne-AMCU ne-NUM ne-UWASA ne-Solidarity zonke zibhaliwe apho. Uthi uyayibona loo nto leyo mnumzana.
And then below that again, you see and the striking workers' delegates as a distinct entity.
Siyabona ke ngoku kubhalwe nalapha ezantsi kwakunye nabathunywa kanye abamele abasebenzi abaqhankqalazayo okungathi ngabantu abathile abazimeleyo bona ngendlela ehlukileyo.
Yes, I can see it.
Ewe ndiyayibona loo nto.
And at page 94, the signatories to the addendum are displayed.
Sapha kuphepha 94 siyazibona ke ngoku zonke i-signatures abantu bonke baye bathi basibandakanya okanye batyikitya apha.
Yes, I can see.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Runs from Lonman at the top through all those unions again, and then again at the foot, the last signatory is one that is made on behalf of the delegates, and it says in brackets, duly authorized.
Siyabona lapha ke ngoku ekugqibeleni apho kuye kwatyikitywa khona lo usayinile kubhaliwe egameni labathunywa okanye abamele abasebenzi.
Yes, I can see.
Ewe ndiyayibona.
Now, having regard to the structure of these documents, I just want to ask you...
Before you proceed, perhaps you should put to him paragraph 2.1 on page 93, which takes the point further.
Yes, I'm indebted to you, Mr. Chair. if you'd go back, please, Mr. Seteleli, to page 93 and heed the terms of paragraph 2.1. I'll just read it onto the record. This is under the heading of application of the agreement, and it says, quote, "The terms and conditions of this agreement shall be binding upon the parties, namely the company, company management, the unions, the delegates, as well as all the employees that they represent, in brackets, and all employees not represented by any of the unions and delegates." You see that?
Siyabona ke apha kubhalwe ke ngokusebenza kwesivumelwano. Kuthiwa ke ngokimiqathango kunye nemibandela yesivumelwano ke ngoku izawubopha amaqela onke ngakumbi inkampani kunye nabaphathi bayo neunions zabasebenzi kunye nabathunywa okanye abamele abasebenzi kwakunye nabasebenzi abo ke ngoku abamelwe ngabo kwakunye nabasebenzi abo bangengomalungu emanyano kwakunye nabathunywa babo. Uthi uyayibona loo nto leyo.
And having regard to that particular clause, it is apparent also, is it not, that the delegates were indeed participants in the discussions that had led to the addendum as representatives of all the striking employees.
Kuyabonakala kucace ke into kubana naba bathunywa babemele abasebenzi ke ngoku ilento ekwathi xa kubanjwe ingxoxo yakhokelela ekusayineni kwesivumelwano aba bathunywa babasebenzi kanye babaqhankqalazi nabo babethatha inxaxheba.
You're correct.
Uqinisile.
Now, having regard to all those circumstances, I really have just one question to ask, and that is, in light of all the circumstances, was it in any way feasible for NUM to put itself forward as the representative of the striking employees for the purpose of negotiations with Lonmin and the conclusion of this addendum?
Izoba into efanelekileyo into kubana ke ngoku inum yona izibeke phambili into kuba bazawungena kwingxoxo neLonmin bexoxa ngemiba ibhekise kwabantu babeqhankqalaza.
No.
Hayi.
Then thirdly, and briefly, in respect of your statement, Mr. Seteleli, you have already accepted properly that in paragraph 4, you did not correctly reflect the terms of paragraph or clause 12.3 of the two-year collective agreement. You'll recall the questions that were put to you and your acceptance that that was a shortcoming.
Yes, I recall.
Uyakhumbula ke ngoku into kubana nakulapha paragraph 4 zange uthi tsuphe okanye uyikhankanye indaba yevumelwano ku-12.3 uthi ewe ndiyavumelana kunye nawe yenzeke njalo loo nto leyo.
And in particular, you accepted that merely to speak about a breach of the agreement did not properly recognize the provision in clause 12.3 that there could be discussions on terms and conditions, but no strike action. Is that right?
You're correct.
Can you repeat the question again,
Yes, of course.
Senior Counsel?
Yes, I will, with pleasure. That the effect of what you accepted there was that insofar as you spoke only about a breach of this agreement, you did not indicate in that paragraph that there was scope for discussion between parties during the term of a collective agreement if circumstances warranted it, but that there could not be strike action. Could be discussion, there could be negotiation, but no strike action, in short.
Njengoba ke ngoku buthethe ngesasivumelwano sasibopha amaqela onke njengoba uchazile uyatsho ba ku-12.3 zange utsho into yokuba okanye uthi ngamanye amazwi bekungaba khona ingxoxo kungenwa kuzo kodwa ke kwelo lixa okanye kwelo thuba kungangenelwa luqhankqalazo. Unjalo nto leyo?
You're correct.
Ewe injalo.
And in the course of your evidence today, you did, on a few occasions, indicate that the door was in fact not entirely closed. And I just want to take you to paragraph 23 of your statement.
njengoba busitsho ke kwesivumelwano into yokubana buchazile into yobana iingcango zokuba maningene kwingxoxo zazingavalekanga konke konke. Icela ke ngokuye kuparagraph 3 wentetho okanye statement sakho.
Just to put it in context, you are dealing there with a meeting that you addressed on the afternoon of 11 August 2012, and I'll just read the first few sentences and then ask you about that very briefly. Later that afternoon, I addressed a meeting of about 1,000 workers in the veld near the Wonderkorp Stadium. I again outlined NUM's position that it opposed the strike, which was unprotected, and that workers should report for duty. And then you go on to say this: I further emphasized that a wage agreement was already in place and that any wage demands had to be addressed through the proper channels.
Uyachaza ke ngoku into yoba wathi emva kwalaa mini wathetha ke ngoku kwintlanganiso apho kwakukho abasebenzi abaliwaka ethafeni ke ngaseWonderkorp Stadium. Uye wachaza ke ngoku indawo emikuyo iNUM kuba yayichasa olo qhankqalazo elalingakho semthethweni nokuba abasebenzi kwakufuneka babuyele emsebenzini. Waye wagxininisa kwakhona into yokuba isivumelwano ngemivuzo yayinto ebikade ke ngoku ikhona okanye seyisenzeka nokuba ukuba ke ngokho imfuno ekufuneka zimanyelwe okanye zisiwe ngaphambili kufuneka kulandelwe indlela efanelekileyo.
You're correct.
Uqinisile?
And when you set that out in that paragraph, did you have in mind that wage demands could be addressed only at the very end of the collective agreement, or that they could be addressed during the collective agreement?
Ngeli xesha wawusitsho ke wawuncinga uba kuwe imiba yemivuzo funeka ixoxwe emva ngoba sekwenze isivumelwano kubanjisene okanye ngela xesha kwenziwa ngalo isivumelwano na?
I was aware that at any time we can meet with management and get the solution over the matter that was existing on that time.
Dancers noba ngeliphi ixesha sasinokwazi uba sibe nendibano kunye nomqeshi sisombulule noba yeyiphi ingxaki eyizobe ivele ngelo xesha okanye ikho ngelo xesha.
Mr. Chair, we've run a minute or so past 4 o'clock. I've only one last set, and I'll deal with that briefly.
A little bit longer, if it will enable this witness to finish.
It will. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last point, Mr. Setlele, you've drawn attention to in the context of the attitude of the RDOs, you've drawn attention to the meeting, the report back meeting of the 8th of August 2012. That was a NUM meeting, you recall that?
Uyakhumbula ke ngoku apho uchaza ke ngoku ngendlela ababeyiyo okanye babeyiyo bona abantu abazi-RDO kwaye usixelela kwakunye ngentlanganiso kwaye nangengxelo yange-8 zaka-Agasti. Uyakhumbula loo nto leyo?
Yes, I recall.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula.
You've explained that the particular point that was raised at that report back meeting concerned the allowances that Lonman had wished to pay to the RDOs.
Uyakhumbula ukuba uthi enye yezinto yakhankanywa okanye yachazwa kwezo ntlanganiso yile ye-allowance i-Lonman yayifuna uzibhatala i-RDO. Uyayikhumbula loo nto?
Yes, I recall.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula.
Now, going back in time from the 8th of August, over many weeks, say through the whole of July as well, were there any NUM meetings at which the position of RDOs was addressed?
Xa kwezi ntlanganiso ke ngoku masithi ke ngoku napha ngoJuly zange kubanjwe ke ngoku intlanganiso apho le miba ibhekisele kwi-RDO yayike yaxoxwa khona kanye kwathethwa ngayo.
In the context of the demand that they were formulating at the time, which ultimately came to be identified as 12,500.
Ngale miba ke ngoku ebhekiselela kwingxaki okanye imfuno yabo yokuba bebefuna i-12,500 rands.
No.
Hayi.
Now, against that, I want to just take you to a few paragraphs of a statement that has been filed in these proceedings by Lonman in respect of Mr. Da Costa. I think it doesn't have an exhibit number yet. It's in, Mr. Chair, it's in the Lonman bundle.
It's part of 0017, and it's page 66 and following.
And Mr. Da Costa, you know who Mr. Da Costa is.
Uyamazi ukuba ngubani umnumzana uDa Costa lokuthiwa uyavela ke okanye igama lakhe likhankanyiwe nakumiqulu yaseLonmin.
Yes, I know him.
Ewe ndiyamazi.
3.8 of that paragraph, there's no need to turn to it. I'm just referring it to, it identifies a date on which he met certain representatives of the RDOs, being 21 June 2012. And in paragraph 3.17, he identifies that the representatives said that they required a salary increase to 12,500. You accept that?
Uyachaza ke ngoku ku 3.8 apha kuyintetho yakhe into yokuba abameli ke ababemele iRDOs babeze kuye ngomhla ka21 kaJuni ku 317 uyachaza into yoba abo bameli babethe ke ngoku iRDOs ifuna umvuzo ngange 12,500. Uyavumelana nami kuloo nto leyo?
I can agree, and I agree that there were meetings at Korea, and then I'm residing at Western Platte. What I know is that there were some meetings that Mr. Da Costa used to hold with the workers.
Ndingavumelana nabo kuloo nto leyo. Into endiyazi into yoba kwakukho intlanganiso zikade zibanjwa eKarie, kodwa ke nokuba mna ndise-Western Platte, kodwa ndiyayazi into yoba umnumzana uDa Costa wayesithi emva kwexesha bame intlanganiso kunye nabasebenzi okanye RDOs.
Then, Mr. Chair, I have an idea that this has already been read onto the record, paragraph 3.18, and I'm just going to abbreviate it, if I may. Just to draw to your attention, Mr. Setleli, that the two representatives told Mr. Da Costa that they were after this increase. Mr. Da Costa says he realized that it was a wage issue, and then he says the following: I consequently told Makabine and Mofo King that there was a procedure for negotiating salaries and that the issue that they were raising should be dealt with through the established central bargaining structures. They objected to dealing with the matter in this way because, so they told me, they did not want any union involvement in the matter.
Uyachaza ke ku 3:18 ngokufutshane into yokuba wayethetha kunye nalamalungu mabini xa ebona efumanisa into yoba mosingathi abantu bathetha ngemiba yemivuzo wabaxelela ke into yokuba kukho inkqubo okanye indlela efuneke ilandelwe nendlela apho ke ngoku kuzokwazi ukuthi ingene kwingxoxo ngemiba yemivuzo xa bemxelela into yoba le nto imiba ibhekiselwe kwimivuzo yena uthe xa bethetha ngolu hlobo bathi kuya abantu abavumelani okanye bayayichasa loo nto leyo bona bafuna ukubandakanya okanye basebenzise inkqubo okanye babandakanye iimanyano zabasebenzi.
I hear that.
Yayiva loo nto.
And it's, their position was set out, and evidently among the unions that they had no wish to deal with in respect of their demand would have been NUM. Would that be apparent to you from that statement?
Xa besithi ke ngoku bona babengafuni ukubandakanya ke ngoku iimanyano zabasebenzi ngokondlela bayothetha ngayo ayicaci okanye ayizitsho ngokwayo nale nto lentobana babebhikisa kweNUM.
I think they include NUM.
Nditsho nami into yokuba babequka okanye bebhikisana ku-NUM.
As I said, that was as early as 21 June 2012, and I just want to ask you this, Mr. Setleli, the position that Mr. Da Costa set out in those terms, did that accord with your later experience of the position and the attitude of the RDOs insofar as you heard what it was?
Lento ayitsho akanye ayithethayo umnumzana uRDO yayingokwale ndlela nawe wawuyazi ngayo na?
That's correct.
Kunjalo.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the re-examination.
Thank you for your evidence. You'll be excused. Tomorrow, what are you going to do tomorrow, Mr. Timp, if I ask?
With your leave, we have a second, well, a third NUM witness available.
Yes, do you have a statement to give us?
A statement was circulated yesterday, but we do have hard copies. Could we
I can study it
distribute
tonight.
them?
If I can study it tonight, you don't give it to me now. We'll adjourn. You can give it to me before I leave.
We'll see to it.
So,
Yes.
so we can study it tonight.
Yes.
What's the witness's name?
It's Gegeleza, Mr. Alfred Sasiso Albert, I beg your pardon, Gegeleza.
And just shortly, in one sentence,
Very
what's
shortly.
he going to testify about?
He was present during the confrontation on the 11th of August.
And then, do you propose, thank you, 2, 3. Do you propose showing the video clip, asking us to look at the video clip and going through the transcript of the inspection before or after you call the witness? And how long will the video clip take?
Oh, it's short. It's a matter of 5 minutes or so. It would be desirable to do that before he starts.
So in other words, what I was leading up to.
Yes.
So tomorrow morning, we'll start with the video clip and,
Yes.
and which will involve, of course, we have the transcript of what was said.
Yes.
And we'll see what was happening.
Yes.
And then you'll call your witness, Mr. Gegeleza.
Yes.
And after that? the
Once
assumption
his
that-
evidence is finished,
yeah.
we will have available the President, Mr. Zokwana.
And you have, we have already a statement from him. I
There
think.
is a statement. I may say at this stage that arising out of the cross-examination that we've had thus far, I will do what similarly to what I did with Mr. Mpili Chana, which is in respect of certain paragraphs to take Mr. Zokwana's attention to other aspects that he can assist the Commission on.
Thank you, Mr. Tip. I now have a clearer understanding of what tomorrow holds for us. The Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Sigqibile ke namhlanje sigqibile nakumnumzana uSitelele siyawuqhubekeka ngomso ngecala emva kwensimbi yethoba.